cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bwana asifiwe. Wale wananiona wanisalimie. God is good and all the time. Thank you so much. We are happy to host you today for this very important exercise. And I just wanted to give guidance that we be seated now. Our chief guest for today, who is going to officially open this conference, Head of Public Service, Felix Koske, is here with us. And I would request that we remain seated. And as soon as he comes in, I'll ask all of us to be upstanding for the national anthem and the East Africa anthem. We will then proceed to the first prayer and the second prayer, and then the program will proceed. Kindly let's get our seats as we usher in our chief guest for today, the Head of Public Service. For those of us who are still outside, kindly come in. Everybody should get seated now as we begin. Thank you so much. When you get in, be upstanding as we welcome our chief guest, the head of public service, Honorable Felix Koskei. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Head of Public Service, and most welcome. We ask that we remain upstanding, and I invite the team to lead us with the national anthem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. National anthem. After the national anthem. EAC anthem. Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you so much. While we are still standing, I will ask, we will have two prayers this morning. Let me ask Suro Abdullahi to come up front and lead us with the first prayer.
Thank you very much. Let's pray. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise are due to Allah, Lord of the worlds. We thank you, Allah, for granting us the opportunity to gather today for the National Productivity and Performance Conference 2026. Allah, we seek your guidance, your wisdom, and blessing as we deliberate on matters that are vital to our nation's development and prosperity. Grant us knowledge that benefits understanding, that enlightens, and decisions that serve the common good of all Kenyans. Allah, bless our leaders, policymakers, institutions, and all stakeholders represented here. Unite us in purpose and strengthen our commitment to promoting productivity, fiscal sustainability, innovation, accountability, and efficient service delivery. Guide our discussions and deliberations so that we may yield practical solutions that enhance economic growth, improve livelihoods, create opportunities for our people, and contribute to a more prosperous and sustainable Kenya. O Allah, make us agents of positive transformation, diligent in our work, prudent in our stewardship of resources, and committed to nation building for present and future generations. O Allah, grant us sincerity in our intentions, excellence in our actions, and success in all our endeavors. Bless our beloved nation, Kenya, with peace, unity, justice, and prosperity. And we pray this in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Amen.
Thank you so much, Abdullahi. For second prayer, I will invite Commissioner Jen Jage. Commissioner Jen Jage.
Our chief guest and all invited guests and participants, good morning. Let us believe and pray. Our Father and our God, we want to thank you this morning. We honor your name. We recognize who you are in our lives. Thank you for the gift of life that you have given to each one of us. We want to thank you this morning for journey mercies that you have granted us. Don't take it for granted that we are alive today. As we start this conference this morning, we want to present the whole program before you. We have many issues that we are going to discuss. And because your word in Isaiah says, come, let us reason together. Our prayer this morning that you help us so that we are able to discuss, reason together for the benefit of this nation. Lord Almighty, we thank you for our guests that are coming. And in particular, we have our chief guest this morning. Bless him as he takes us through the program or opening session of this productivity conference, and our other guests that will come through the week. We are praying that, Lord, this nation will be able to do exploits and help us, oh God, because your word says that the people that know their God, they will be strong and do exploits. And that's our desire this morning, that Father God Almighty, we will be able as a nation to do exploits. And so we pray that all is going to be well throughout this conference. We invite your presence, and we believe that, Lord, at the end of it, when we make our resolutions, that will be guided by you, O God Almighty. Father, we shall be able to experience your presence all through. We honor you and worship you, because it is our humble prayer in the matchless name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We may take our seats. At this opportunity, chief guests and the delegates allow me to take this moment now to welcome the Director General of Kenya School of Government, Professor Nura Mohammed, to make the welcoming remarks. Professor.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, Honorable Felix Kosgei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Honorable Ahmed Abdullahi, Governor of Wajir County and Chairperson of Council of Governors, Chairperson SRC, all chairpersons present, Commissioners SRC, PSS present, great people, good morning. Our chief guest gives me really great pleasure this morning. On behalf of Kenya School of Government, I wish to take this opportunity to warmly welcome all of you to this very important national conference. Indeed, we are honored to gather here with such distinguished leaders, stakeholders united by a very shared commitment to advance productivity, strengthen performance, and improve, chief guest, as you always say, public service delivery. I wish to sincerely appreciate SRC for convening this timely and important dialogue, and to all partners whose collaboration has made this conference possible. Your partnership indeed reflects a collective commitment to strengthening institutions and ensuring that public resources translate into a meaningful outcome for the citizens of this wonderful country. Our chief guest, the fundamental question before us this morning is, how do we ensure that every resource entrusted to the public institution generates the greatest possible impact? This conference therefore provides important platform for all of us to reflect on this question and identify practical approaches for strengthening productivity across the government. As the School of Government chief guest, a premier capacity building institution, the Kenya School of Government occupies a very unique position at the intersection of leadership, governance, policy, and public sector performance. Every year, our chief guest, thousands of public officers from both national and county governments participate in our program, making the Kenya School of Government a strategic platform for shaping the competencies, values, leadership capabilities required to drive the national development. Through our work in leadership development, our chief guest, research and policy and advising the government, we continue to support the transformation of public service into one that is capable, innovative, accountable, and focused on delivering measurable results for public service. Our chief guest, as you directed, we are committed to partnering with government institutions and stakeholders to strengthen leadership competencies and capabilities. As part of realizing His Excellency vision, moving from that third world country to the first world country, our chief guest, we are in the process of setting up very strategic centers of excellence, one of which is strategic foresight and the public service of the future, customer service excellence, AI as part of, again, a strategic institution. And recently we implemented a program referred to as under the 3 Series program, which we have really impacted over 1,000 youth and will continue to impact. Our chief guest, the conversation we are having today are deeply connected to the mandate of the Kenya School of Government. For decades, the school has been the forefront of developing public sector leadership, strengthening institution capacity, supporting reforms aimed at improving governance. And as we continue to mark this aspect, this year are particularly significant for Kenya School of Government, our chief guest, as we celebrate 100 years of service to the nation. For a century, Kenya School of Government has played this important role of shaping generation of public servants, advancing leadership, excellence, and contributing to the Kenya's governance and development journey. As we mark this historic milestone, our chief guest will celebrate not only our rich legacy, but also renew our commitment to the future. A future anchored on innovative leadership, high-performing institution, and public service that delivers a greater value to the citizens. As part of our centenary celebration, the school will host a high-level policy dialogue on building national wealth and global competitiveness in July 2026. This landmark forum will bring together leaders from government, private sector, academia, and other stakeholders to examine strategies for enhancing Kenya's competitiveness, innovation, and long-term productivity. I therefore invite all of us to join us July 6th to 10th in celebrating this important milestone. As I conclude, our chief guest, allow me to reaffirm the commitment of the Kenya School of Government to supporting the national agenda of building productive, efficient, and citizen-focused public service. If, therefore, then we are to achieve fiscal sustainability and inclusive development, we must ensure that every public resource create a maximum value. Every institution must be driven by performance excellence, and every public servant must embrace productivity as a responsibility to the nation. The Kenya School of Government stands ready to continue partnering with all stakeholders in advancing this transformative agenda. Once again, our chief guest, welcome to Kenya School of Government to all of us, and I look forward to a fruitful deliberation and successful completion of this wonderful conference. Thank you so much. God bless you and God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Once again, let's appreciate the Director General. Thank you so much. Chief guest and the delegates, allow me at this point to welcome the Vice Chair of SRC, Dr. Kinda Odera, who will make the welcoming remarks and thereafter invite the Chair of SRC to proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Most welcome.
Thank you. Very good morning. SRC is delighted to have you here, our chief guest, Honorable Felix Koskei, who is the head of public service. I'd like to recognize all the permanent secretaries who are here. Permanent Secretary Sharon Wadime, Ministry of Labor. We appreciate your presence here on behalf of the CS. We have all other PSs here, chairpersons of CCIOs, CEOs. Good morning again. At this moment, I'd just like to thank you for coming. We have an interesting morning today, which our chairperson will speak on. And my privilege is to welcome the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. As you all know, we're the ones hosting this event for the next 3 days, and we encourage you all to participate and come, because every morning and afternoon session promises you a lot of discussions, deliberations, for us to come up with a way forward. So I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of SRC, Mr. Sami Shepon. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair of SRC, for that kind invitation. Allow me, Chief Guest, who is our Chief of Staff in the Executive Office of the President, and of course, our Head of Public Service, the Chair of Council of Governors, who is here today with us, CPA, FCPA, Abdullah, distinguished PSS, Madina, my friend, Salam, yes, for higher education, which is my colleague chairs, but Head of Public Service, now my boss is there, who is the Chair of Chairs, that is FCPA, Nancy Kathun, who is the Chair of CCIOs, all chair people of both CCIOs and all other chairs, senior government officials at the national level, Your Excellency, the governors, the deputy governors, and all leaders who are here, moderators, delegates, development partners, and I'm grateful we have got a few here. All representatives of national and county governments. We have also colleagues from the private sector, academia, and the labor organizations, and of course, civil society, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure today, this morning, on behalf of SRC and the steering committee that has been organizing this conference, to warmly welcome you again to this historic gathering. Historic gathering in the sense that this is the first of its kind, first national performance and productivity conference, which comes at a critical moment, chief guests, in our nation's development. As we seek practical and sustainable solutions to strengthen public service delivery and improve our fiscal sustainability. I want at the outset, ladies and gentlemen, to reveal a secret most of you might not know, that this conference that we're having this morning and for the next 3 days was inspired by a letter from our chief guest, which he wrote last year to the entire public service, urging them to embrace productivity as a key driver and catalyst for national development and transformation. In that letter, he mentioned SRC and gave us the responsibility to recognize and reward productivity as you guys implement and action it. So we took that, and when we went to the commission to look at it, we found out that SRC alone cannot achieve what the chief guest has given us to work on. So what did we do? We convened a multi-agency committee, which eventually translated into a steering committee. We worked with those guys until now, and it is only fair, chief guest, that you could just see them. So I'll allow them to just stand wherever they are. The steering committee members, some of them are your PSS, some of them, they come across both national and county governments, including the boss himself, chair of COG. Here is one of our members, and if you just wave guys so that guys there can see you. Thank you so much. These are the guys who have organized this conference. Thank you very much, steering committee members. And of course, colleagues from SRC, the commissioners, and the secretariat will be represented by the CS and CEO. And we can be upstanding so that the chief guest can see you guys and know you are to blame for bringing us here. These are the people. Thank you for clapping for them. Those are the people who have brought us to this level. But I want to thank in a very special manner two people. One is right here, who is the chair of COG, and one is represented by his chief of staff. I saw Dr. Wanjao is somewhere there. Yeah. That is the deputy president. Because at some point when we were organizing the conference, we needed approval from the summit. And these two gentlemen stood with us, not only to get approval to hold this conference from the summit, but also to get us the finances that we've used to organize this conference. Thank you so much. I want also to thank my friends and my co-chair, CPA KK, who is the chair of IGRTC, who has played a key role. He's like the middleman between counties and national government. So he has played a key role in also bringing us here together. But having said that, Chief Guest, allow me to answer. I'll be very brief to answer just one question. People have been asking me, you are organizing the first National Productivity Conference. We know SRC to be organizing wage bill conferences. Why are you not, when is the fourth wage bill conference going to happen? And I've been trying to tell them it will never happen. Asking me why. You see, because from the first National Productivity and Performance Conference, we can only go to the second and the third. They ask me why. And Chief Guest, allow me just a few minutes to answer that question in this manner. That that which will conference, which I'm hoping was the last, and then we begin productivity conference, adopted 10 key resolutions, which were translated into 58 measurable key KPIs to guide implementation of the wage bill conferences. Out of the 58, 27 have been done, completely completed. 26 are in the process of being implemented. But there are 5 KPIs that are still not attended to. And that is why we have the productivity conference. Because those 5 KPIs relate to KPIs around productivity. But there's good news there. The implementation of those 27 that have been done and the 26 that are ongoing have yielded very positive results. For example, ladies and gentlemen, the national wage bill to revenue ratio has shown significant drop from a high of 55% in the year 2020 to around 40% this year, which is a 14% drop. It's commendable. But the challenge is we still remain above that 5% threshold, which is a requirement by the BFM Act. So this gives us 2 messages. First, that these reforms are working. But second, we must accelerate these reforms so that we are able to come below that 5% threshold. And that is why one of the first part of this conference, the theme is productivity for fiscal sustainability. The third Wakefield Conference realized that fiscal sustainability cannot be achieved by just focusing on Wakefield control, which is what has been really the key driver behind the drop from 55 to the current 40. Going forward, though, there was a graph that was being shown that is showing that, not that one, the one that is showing from 55 to that one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see the tail end of that graph, it is starting to flatten, which shows the more you control, the results are not significant. And hence, we realize that it must be the next phase of bringing that figure down must be driven by productivity. So there were two resolutions of the third Wakefield Conference. That's resolution 4 and 5. 4 was calling for a shift from measuring activities and inputs to measuring outputs and outcomes. Resolution 5 urged all public institutions to adopt a performance contracting, strengthen accountability, integrate productivity measurement, embrace technology, and undertake continuous skills development. These resolutions reflected a strategic shift from solely focusing on cost of labor to focusing to the value generated by labor. Unfortunately, the productivity challenge, even as we speak today, remains significant. And I wanted to share just 2 pieces of information, because when the head of public service challenged us to look into the issue of productivity, we did a fair amount of research. And one of the places we looked for data was ILO. According to the International Labour Organization, in Kenya, private sector compared to public sector, the private sector employee is more productive 3.3 times higher than our public sector counterparts on average. I know some of you are higher performance, but when we do the average, we are below 3. The private sector is ahead of us 3.3 times. So that's in Kenya. Globally, again, relying on ILO data, we found that across the world, our productivity in terms of USD per employee per year in Kenya is 7,750. That's per year. Ladies and gentlemen, I know all of you have heard that we are on the journey to Singapore. So I've used Singapore here just to represent some of the best productive economies of the world. So the corresponding figure for Singapore is 117,500 USD per year. And that makes Kenya be ranked 142nd out of 102 countries globally. What does that mean in simple terms? If you are to explain it to a layman, what does that mean? This is what it means. That one Singaporean employee is producing what 15 people working for Kenya will produce. 15. Which means to achieve the 3 trillion revenue, if we go by that statistic, we only need 73,000 employees in government. But how many do we have? 1.1 million. But let's be positive and look at it this way. Supposing we make the 1.1 million Kenyan public sector workers to produce the level of Singapore. What it would mean is that this economy today, if you just achieve that, would be generating a revenue of 130 trillion Kenya shillings. To put it in context, that would mean our wage bill to revenue ratio would be a mere 1%, because our wage bill will be about 1.3 trillion by next year. 1%. The issue of fiscal sustainability will be answered just like that. And the rest, 99% of our resources will go to development, just by answering the question of productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, productivity, therefore, is not merely an economic indicator. It is not just a statistic that we look in the screen there and say that it is. For us, it is a national competitive issue. It affects investment. It affects our ability to generate jobs. It affects public service delivery. And ultimately, it affects the quality of life for very Kenyan citizens. It is against this background that we have convened this first National Performance and Productivity Conference, which is not just another policy forum. It is a national call to action, and these challenges we face cannot be addressed by government alone. Neither can it be addressed by employers alone, or workers alone, or the people in academia alone, or our development partners who are here. We must have a common conversation. What is urgently required is a national consensus, a national commitment to productivity at the highest level of government, at both county level and national level. We need, therefore, in the next 3 days, to collectively agree that this matter must be driven from the top. And that is why, us, and I think I've told the head of public service before, sisi ni watu yako ya mkono, these guys. But we really need you to push us, to support us, and to hold us accountable. So for us, productivity, therefore, means we should measure it, we should incentivize it, and that every Kenyan must contribute to it. Productivity must be a national culture. And Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, our friend Francis, Chairman of PSC, has taken it upon himself as a chairman to lead that aspect of transforming the culture of Kenya on the basis of productivity. This productivity, therefore, must become a management philosophy of Kenya. It must become a shared responsibility. And this conference, therefore, provides a unique platform to build that consensus, exchange experiences from all of us, learn from best practices locally and internationally, and chart a common way forward. As we commence our deliberations over the next 3 days, I encourage all of us to engage openly, challenge conventional thinking, which means don't say, this is the way we have done it all these years. Resist the temptation to say that, because it is very strong. And we need to just look at then how do we embrace innovative ideas, contribute to practical solutions, and strengthen performance, productivity, and fiscal sustainability in our country. I want to end by extending again a very warm welcome to all of you. Your presence demonstrates your commitment to building a more productive, competitive, and prosperous Kenya. Thank you very much. And karibu sana. I want to thank my friend, Professor Nuru, for hosting us in this place. And I wish all of us a very engaging 3 days on productivity. Thank you, and may God bless you. And may God bless you. Thank you.
Let's appreciate our chair properly. Chairman SRC, thank you so much. That was a very powerful speech and introduction as we begin this conference. Our chief guest and the delegates, our second speaker will be CPA Kidiji Kirabu, who is the chairperson of Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. Karibu, Chairman.
The Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, our special guest today, Honorable Felix Koske, the Chairperson of the Council of Governors, who is also the Vice Chairperson of the National and County Governments Coordinating Summit, the Governor of Wajir, His Excellency Ahmed Abdullahi. Let me write on all protocols already established and just make very brief remarks. First, I wish to join the chairman of the steering committee, who has just spoken here, the chairman of the SRC, in welcoming you all to this event. And on that note, also say we are much gratified that you have come in the right numbers and the right representation. Secondly, against the backdrop of what the chairman of SRC has said, just to underscore one important fact that the steering committee has adopted a fully inclusive perspective in the preparation of this conference. Full perspective means that it has got a whole government approach. Both levels of government are participating in this process, the national government and about 7 county governments. Secondly, which was alluded to by the chairman of SRC, we have actually moved on to make it a whole national approach, because we have involved the private sector, Federation of Kenya Employers, as well as the representatives of the workers, the trade unions, in preparing for this conference and making sure that every one of them are represented in this particular conference. We have done that deliberately because we know that, and it is clear from the purpose already identified, that productivity improvements in this country is a critical plank in the platform through which His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, brings us to a first-class country, to a first-class economy. Therefore, in conclusion, we all must leave this conference with a call to action, with a call to planning and to operationalizing the resolutions which will be passed in this meeting. The steering committee is committed to keeping you alert in the coming years to ensure that this country moves forward in the pursuit of productivity, again, as I say, as a critical plank in the journey to first-class economy, a first-class modern Kenya. On that note, may I take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chairman of the County National and County Governments Coordinating Summit, which actually between the IBEC and the National and County Governments Coordinating Summit commissioned this conference to address us. Welcome, Wanahami.
Our chief guest, the Chief of Staff and the Head of the Public Service Commission, the Honorable Felix Koski, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors, Cabinet Secretaries and Principal Secretaries present, Chairpersons and Commissioners of the Public Service Commission and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, representatives of constitutional commissions and independent officers, ambassadors, development partners, host, Professor Noura Mohammed, the County Executive Committee members here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Hamjambo. Assalamu alaikum. Chief guest and our brother Hobbs, it is a great honor and privilege to join you today at the opening ceremony of the Performance and Productivity Conference 2026, convened under the timely and important theme of productivity for fiscal sustainability and efficient service delivery. Chief guest, I want to attest that you've been very central to this conversation. It's a debate I've had with you in your office. And the last conference was about wage bill. And I remember I made a lot of fuss in that conference about the ratio. Because wage bill is a ratio. And a ratio has two things. It has a numerator and a denominator. And from the county's perspective, my argument was very simple. If you want us to get to 35%, increase the denominator. Right? Just increase the revenues. And you get that ratio to where it is. And the question then is, how then do you increase the revenue? We've just seen that the House of Parliament have finalized the Division of Revenue Act, DORA. And much as there's a lot of outcry in the country that the budget is too high, some of the people are saying 4.8 trillion is too high. I'm sure you saw that. No one feels they got enough. As counties, we didn't feel we got enough. So then how do we get everyone to get enough? It's through productivity. And the same week that a lot of fuss was being made about our budget being too high, and Elon Musk was declared a dollar trillionaire. He's the first human being to get a net worth of $1 trillion. $1 trillion is 129 trillion shillings at today's exchange rate. So this is a very apt conversation. It's a very timely conversation. On behalf of the Council of Governors, I extend my appreciation to the organizers for conceptualizing the conference, whose conversation moves from wage bill, which focuses on costs, to productivity, which focuses on value, and in accounting terms, also revenue. I also extend my appreciation to all stakeholders who have come together to deliberate on one of the most pressing issues facing our nation today: how to achieve more impactful public service outcomes with the resources available to us. The theme of this conference resonates strongly with the aspiration of Kenya's evolved system of governance, as counties are at the forefront of service delivery. Counties touch the lives of citizens through healthcare, agriculture, water services, urban development, early childhood education, and other essential functions. As the demands for services continue to increase amidst fiscal constraints, enhancing productivity is no longer optional. It is indeed imperative. Fiscal sustainability and productivity are inseparable. Sustainable public services require public finances, and public finances require prudent management of resources, elimination of inefficiencies, strengthen accountability mechanisms, and continuous improvement in service delivery systems. Every shilling entrusted to public institutions must translate into measurable value for our citizens. As county governments, we recognize that productivity goes beyond working harder, beyond cutting costs, or beyond being busy. It's about working smarter and better. It calls for innovation, digital transformation, data-driven decision-making, performance management, capacity development, and the cultivation of a results-oriented public service culture. And the question of culture, our chief guest, is very critical. For those of us waking up at odd hours to watch the World Cup, you saw what the Japanese team did after their match. They remained behind and collected all their trash. And you could actually see on TV, they were cleaning up. So this productivity issue is an issue of culture. And today, chief guest, all the noises politicians make aside. The other day I was at a function where the Chief Justice, her ladyship, Martha Karua, asked a question. What is the problem of Kenya? And her answer was, the problem of Kenya is politicians. And in her estimation, she said there are about 1,000. She was corrected. She was told there are about 1,800. So our problem is 1,800 people. In spite of the noises of that 1,800 people, today our hospitals in the history of Kenya are as best equipped as they have ever been. Medical supplies are at their best. The challenge we have is one of work ethic and work culture, where people in public service treat their public service job as the side hustle, and their side hustle as their main job. This is the reality. This is the problem we're having in our hospitals, where our doctors want to spend more time in their private facilities next to the county hospital and actually want to refer patients from the hospital to their clinic. The patient will be told, for you to see this specialist, who, by the way, has been trained with public money. You will need, to be scheduled, and you need about a week. He'll be available in a week. But if you want to see him today, at 5 o'clock, come to his private clinic. So this is the question of culture that we are talking about. We must continuously evaluate how resources are utilized and ensure that investments generate tangible social and economic returns. The Council of Governors remains committed to strengthening institutional performance across all counties through intergovernmental collaboration, peer learning, and adoption of best practices. Counties have continued to improve planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation frameworks. However, more remains to be done to fully unlock the productivity potential within our public institutions. As we engage during this conference, I encourage all participants to share experiences openly, challenge conventional approaches, and identify practical solutions that can be implemented through or across both levels of government. The discussions should guide us towards building resilient institutions capable of delivering quality services efficiently, transparently, and sustainably. The future of our nation depends on our ability to maximize the impact of every public investment. Citizens rightly expect effective service delivery, responsible stewardship of public resources, and measurable development outcomes. We therefore have a collective responsibility to foster a culture of productivity, innovation, accountability, continuous improvement through the public sector. Let this conference serve as a platform for renewing our commitment to excellence in public service and for developing actionable strategies that will strengthen fiscal sustainability while improving the quality of services delivered to our people. My desire is that the communique that will come out of this conference will contain practical and actionable policy, legislative, and institutional administrative measures. Our chief guest, the ratio of wage bill came down from about 55 to 40% because we had dialogue. It was important to have that dialogue. I think this convention, more than anything else, allows us to have an opportunity to have a dialogue about the question of productivity in the public service. Why is it that a doctor in the public service wants to use his salary as a retainer and do other things, but a doctor at a private hospital will be fired for being away from the consultation desk for half an hour? I think that's the conversation. With those remarks, I wish you all fruitful deliberations and successful engagements throughout the conference. Asanteni sana, mbarikiwe, and it's now my pleasure to invite our chief guest, who is the Chief of Staff and the head of the public service, to address us and to officially open this conference for us. Honorable Felix.
Thank you. Have our seats. Thank you very much, Chair of the Council of Governors, for taking the shortest time possible, for even reading the order of things. I know there were other 3 people before you invite me, but that is very good because you have saved me time. So, the Chair of the Council of Governors, chairpersons, commissioners, and chief executive officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the chairs of independent commissions, the chairs of the heads of independent offices, principal secretaries present, CEOs, representatives of the government partners, private sector, academia, and research institutions, members of the steering and technical committees, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I stand here, I want us to invite ourselves to walk away from our normal office assignments, our routine orientation, and we a legacy and a heritage to our people, to our children, and the children of our children in a better state. So, as the chair of the Council of Governors said, it is not about how we've been doing, it's about now what it is that is ailing the country in as far as productivity is concerned, so that we shift from a routine, usual way of doing things to a new way of doing things. Ladies and gentlemen, the great philosopher Aristotle observed that we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act but a habit. The same is true of nations and institutions. Productivity is not a one-time initiative, a policy document, or a performance style. It is a habit of continuously creating greater value from the resources entrusted to us. I therefore commend the Salaries and Remuneration Commission for convening this important national dialogue and for reminding us that performance is not merely an administrative slogan. It is a discipline through which public resources are transformed into tangible public value. This conference comes at a pivotal moment. Across the world, government that no nation has achieved sustained prosperity without sustained productivity growth. The question before us, therefore, is not whether productivity matters, but whether we are prepared to take the bold and deliberate actions necessary to secure our future prosperity. Productivity is at the heart of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, whether in agriculture, manufacturing, affordable housing, healthcare, digital innovation, or the creative economy. The objective remains the same: to generate greater value from available resources while expanding opportunities for citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the global evidence is clear. The World Bank's level productivity data shows that Kenya's output per employed person was about $14,000 in 2024, measured in purchasing power parity dollars. Further, the level of productivity of state-owned enterprises in Kenya is 72% lower on average than private firms in the same sector. The broader high-income average was about $119,000, while the world's average was about $49,000. Estonia, for example, a small digital state that deliberately re-engineered its public administration, stands about $80,000. Kenya's overall annual GDP growth significantly outpaces its level of productivity growth rate, revealing that economic expansion is primarily driven by adding more workers to the labor force rather than maximizing the efficiency of each worker. Kenya's labor productivity grew by a modest 1.38% in 2024, while its real annual GDP expanded at a much stronger rate of 4.7%. This gap demonstrates that Kenya's economic growth is extensive. That means you're adding more sheer volume of inputs, such as labor, rather than intensity, where you are improving total factor productivity or skills per worker. The lesson is direct. Countries become prosperous not only because they work hard, but because they organize work, technology, institutions, and accountability to produce more value per unit of effort. We can now learn from 6 useful comparators. Singapore, as has been alluded to, teaches us that a small country can become a global benchmark when discipline, skills, infrastructure, and public service institutions are aligned. South Korea teaches us that when industrial policy, education technology, and national ambition reinforces each other. Estonia teaches us that digital government can reduce friction, cut transaction costs, and rebuild trust. Germany teaches us that the value precision, vocational capability, and institutional reliability, while Rwanda teaches us that performance discipline and system-facing accountability can accelerate implementation in an African context. Ethiopia's Kaizen movement teaches us that productivity is also built through continuous improvement, waste reduction, and shop floor problem solving. These reasons are not for imitation. They are for adaptation to Kenya's own constitutional, economic, and social realities. Ladies and gentlemen, every generation is defined by the challenge and it chooses to confront. The independence generation secured our nationhood. The constitutional reform generation strengthened democracy, accountability, and evolution. Every generation, as I see, ladies and gentlemen, is practically been seen in Kenya. It chooses to take a stand over something. And as I say, the independent generation secured our nationhood. That's why they went to the bush, they fought, and it became independent. The constitutional reform generation strengthened our democracy. That is why we got the new constitution. That is why people fought for human rights and etc. And they gained. They strengthened democracy, they strengthened accountability, and devolution came. But our generation faces a different but equally consequential challenge: productivity transformation. Kenya is not lacking in talent, resources, creativity, or ambition. The real challenge is in converting these assets into greater value, higher income, better jobs, and better opportunities for people. Over the last decade, Kenya has significantly expanded public expenditure, growing from approximately 1.6 trillion in 2013 to 2014 to more than 4 trillion in 2025-2026. During the same period, public debt increased from approximately 1.9 trillion shillings to more than 11 trillion shillings. These investments have delivered important gains, yet the persistence of fiscal inflation, service delivery challenges, and incidences of corruption suggest that expenditure growth alone is not enough. The challenge before us is not simply doing more, but converting better. We must become more intentional about transforming inputs into outcomes and outcomes into lasting public value. Fortunately, we have not sat back and been idle. We have sustained performance contracting in the public sector and fostering the devolution ideal through digitization of county services. We have enhanced public finance and state-owned enterprises reforms and fast-tracked the digitization of critical services such as eCitizen, EGP, IFMIS, Arthisasa, and ITAX. We have overhauled delivery structures in the public sector through innovations in the roads, agriculture, livestock, health, and MSME sectors, adopting output-based funding models such as e-voucher systems that are eliminating bureaucratic intermediaries, reducing operating costs, and ensuring real-time accountability. The results of these reforms are already becoming visible. Kenyans are now accessing government services from their homes, dramatically reducing travel costs, processing times, and administrative delays. Huduma centers have transformed service delivery by bringing multiple government services under one roof, while digital tax administration and electronic government procurement systems have improved transparency, accountability, and revenue mobilization. We have witnessed the exponential growth in our own source revenues in county governments through the digitization of county services. Commercially viable projects are now being financed through market-based instruments such as securitization, converting predictable revenue streams into upfront capital and insulating the government from contingent liability. These achievements provide a strong foundation upon which the next phase of productivity transformation can be built. But we must ensure that we are not caught up in the productivity paradox, where we invest resources, undertake reforms, establish institutions, and implement programs, but result in disproportionate citizen value. The next stage of reform, therefore, must be sharper. We must move from the era of compliance, where success is measured by whether rules were followed, through the era of performance, where success was measured by whether targets were achieved, into the era of productivity, where success is measured by the value created for citizens from every public resources invested. As we pursue this transformation, we recognize that Kenya operates under a two-tier system of government. The national government and county governments are partners in delivering services and advancing development. I thank the county governments, led by the chairperson of the COG, for its leadership and engagement in this quest. Our productivity agenda will succeed only if both levels of government strengthen coordination, eliminate duplication, improve accountability, and ensure that public resources translate into measurable outcomes for citizens. Productivity transformation must begin with leadership. Every principal secretary, every CEO, every county executive, and every head of department must ask 5 practical questions. The first is, what citizen outcomes are we trying to improve? We need to understand Second, what resources are we using? Third is what value is being produced? Fourth is what delay, duplication, or waste must we remove? And fifth, how will citizens tell us whether the services have improved? Those are 5 fundamental questions that we need to be asking ourselves. The second thing is productivity must be measured. As the saying goes, what gets measured gets done. Productivity must become measurable, governable, and accountable across all levels of government. We must move beyond measuring activities and outputs towards measuring outcomes, productivity gains, and the value delivered to citizens. For this reason, the current performance contracting framework will require an overhaul and a move towards measurement of impact rather than process. It requires to create a direct linkage between targets set at institutional and individual level, budget allocation and disbursement, and individual performance appraisal results. For far too long, government officials' status positions are usually an outline of activities that are taken rather than outcomes and impacts achieved. Ministries will speak of meeting held and letters written, and not of resolved complaints or solutions achieved. Budgets and disbursements rarely align to targets set and are often delayed or varied without reference. Individual officer performance has little relation to the institutional targets, if they are even defined at the onset. So we need a national productivity and performance framework that integrates planning, budgeting, performance, management, workforce development, innovation, digital transformation, citizen feedback, project implementation, and fiscal sustainability. Such a framework will help us know which institutions are creating value, which programs require redesign, which processes are wasting time, and which innovations deserve national scaling. The third observation is productivity must become digital by design, but human in purpose. Digital transformation is not the computerization of all the bureaucracy. It is the redesign of government around the citizen. A Kenyan who can order goods on a phone in minutes will not understand why a public service should take weeks without explanation. Our standard must be simple. Service should be accessible, traceable, affordable, timely, and accountable. The future public service must be digital by design, data-driven in decision-making, and innovative in service delivery. Our productivity strategy must therefore include investment in digital skills, innovation ecosystems, and future-ready public institutions capable of thriving in an increasingly knowledge-driven economy. Equally important is the role of our young people. Kenya's youthful population represents one of our greatest strategic assets. Their creativity, adaptability, entrepreneurial spirit, and technological fluency can become a powerful engine of national productivity. We must, however, match the current educational outputs with the skill requirements of high-value digital services and higher paying jobs. The fourth observation is that productivity must be anchored in institutional capability. We must invest in skills, data, project management, procurement professionalism, policy analysis, customer care, change management, and continuous improvement. At the center of this transformation are the men and women who serve our nation every day. The teacher in Loyangalani, the registry clerk in Wotem, the police officer at Hispania, the health worker in Turkana, the agricultural extension officer in Bungoma, the magistrate in Narok, and the Huduma officer serving citizens at the counter are the face of the Republic. They often work under difficult conditions, yet they continue to serve. Our duty as leaders is to give them systems that remove waste, that reduce duplication, that reward excellence, that support innovation, and make it easier to serve citizens well. True success of our productivity ideal require a change in the attitude and behavior of the public service. The concept of equality must become a critical goal of public service management going forward. In order to achieve this goal, there must be a change in the posture, culture, and ethos of the public service, one that moves away from process and focuses on impact. The sustainability of the public service wage bill must equally be viewed through the lens of productivity, because during the third quarter of financial year 2025-2026, the national government recorded personal emoluments amounting to approximately 517 billion. These represented an average PE to revenue ratio of about 23%, indicating that nearly 1/4 of the revenue collected during the period was spent on salaries, wages, and related employee compensation costs. On the other hand, county governments recorded personnel emolument amounting to approximately 59.29 billion during the same period. The PE to revenue ratio averaged about 75%, meaning that more than 3/4 of our county revenues was spent on salaries, wages, and other employee-related costs. These high ratios suggest that a significant share of county resources finance recurrent expenditure, potentially limiting the fiscal space available for development projects, service delivery, and other priority expenditures. These figures remind us that expenditure and productivity must grow together if fiscal sustainability is to be achieved. The issue before us is not simply the size of the wage bill, but the value generated by our investment in human capital. Compensation systems should increasingly reward performance, innovation, accountability, and continuous improvement. The success of our public service depends on its competence, commitment, integrity, and creativity. Leadership at all levels must foster a culture of learning, adaptability, collaboration, and innovation. Public service and public service officers should be empowered, supported, and recognized for excellence while remaining accountable for results. A productive public service is built not by fear, but by clarity of purpose, capability, accountability, and pride in service. Therefore, we must also recognize and reward public officers and institutions that demonstrate innovation, integrity, speed, and measurable impact. Encouragingly, we already have examples of institutions demonstrating what productivity transformation can achieve. Across government, digital service platforms, revenue administration reforms, integrated service centers, infrastructure delivery programs, and citizen-facing innovations have shown that measurable improvements are possible when leadership, technology, and accountability are aligned. These success should not remain isolated achievements. They should become national learning laboratories from which other institutions can draw inspirations and practical lessons. The fifth observation is productivity must inform the structure and resourcing of government. Organizational structure significantly influences the performance of any organization. The flow of information and command control from one level of authority to another determines the efficiency of the organizations in conducting their mandate. For this reason, my office is leading the interventions towards rethinking of the overall structuring of government, one that will involve a review of the organization, structuring, and ultimately resourcing of MDAs, both vertically and horizontally. On this, delegates here, we've been asking ourselves, it may be a rhetorical question, whether the structure of government, which has remained almost the same for 63 years, almost the same. It is change of the ministry and there, but the architectural structure still remains the same. Is it perhaps part of the reasons of low productivity in government? Is it bringing in an impediment? Is it efficient enough to shepherd or to be the steward of transformation when it comes to productivity? These are the questions that we need to be asking ourselves, because we may be pushing so hard the public servants in their offices, but the structure itself is an impediment to efficiency. Look at it now. We have the government executive, the executive, we have several commissions, we have parliament aside, which is okay, we have now counties. Is the constitutional structuring of this, of the government, is it today taking into consideration efficiency? Or are we so obsessed with governance, with controls, with fears of loss, with fears of one or two things, or fears of exclusion? Are we obsessed with too much human rights, minding much on human rights? What is this that we need? We need to have a conversation, and we need students of sociology or those experts in government to really study and find out whether it may require some twitching to make it more efficient. And also our constitution also should be audited to check whether it is supporting enhanced productivity. Is it slowing? Is it hastening? These are the issues that we need to discuss as Kenyans, because you find many people pushing so hard. His Excellency the President works until midnight. Most of us here work and tomorrow we are told we are not doing enough. What is the problem? Is it a structural problem? We need to have a conversation, and this is the right place to discuss. So it should not be like a desktop research, like where we come, we just present papers and we walk away. We need to ask ourselves hard questions. Hard questions. Is it corruption that is messing up the country when it comes to productivity? Is it nepotism? What is it? What is this that makes the entire government slow, sluggish? What makes our public servants procrastinate on things that they know, they're highly trained on, they know that they can make a decision there and then? Why do they take a week to make a decision that they can make on the spot? What is this? Is it our culture, tradition? Is it our educational system that we were trained in a particular thinking? What is this that is making us not prosper, not move fast like Singapore and other countries? Or is it the terms of service? Should we move from permanent and pensionable to contract system? Should we request SRC to change even their reward system approach, where you are paid for work measured? What is this that we need to do? This is what I'm trying to provoke you so that you discuss, so that we don't only meet and offer solutions that are short term. As we are trying to offer short term solutions, what are the medium term? What are the long term? These are the things that we need to really ask ourselves. Is it political overbearing? Is it too much? Has politics commandeered and taken over everywhere? Has it come fast that the real public service consideration? These are the issues that we need to discuss. How do we ring-fence public service from down in the counties to the highest office? How do we protect them from political interference? How do we separate politics from public service? These are the issues that we need to discuss. Because there are so many complicated things around this that requires bold discussion on a discourse that is non-partisan, that is neutral. So those are the things I wanted to put on your plate today. Issues that perhaps you'll discuss. I've talked about the structure of government, governance system. Is it a problem? Is it supporting issues of rampant corruption? Is it hindering this? Is education system? Is our education system the way we are trained? What is it? Is it a problem? Terms of service and whatever reward systems. Is it a contributing factor? Political overbearing? Is it a contributing factor? The constitution itself. Is it a problem, or is it efficient enough, or is it too bureaucratic? Societal culture and tradition that every one of us here come, sit in the office, whatever they are doing it through the lens of their culture and tradition back at home. What is this that we need? We need to have a discussion. That is what I'm trying to say. And therefore, we have started discussion on the structure of government. We started during the retreat of the executive, and we are trying to have a discourse to discuss whether it requires some reorganization to ensure that it is efficient and also supports productivity journey. We have already begun consultations also towards a framework of shared services across government, and shall expand these reforms into aspects of reforms. What we are asking is, in a ministry, for example, which has 3 state departments, you get every PS as Secretary of Administration, Head of HR, Head of ICT, Finance, CFO, Head of Accounting, Head of Procurement, and replicate the 3. Can it have shared services? Can we centralize and have shared services? Can we have one administrative unit that serves the 3 PSS? Why should we have 3 CFOs? Why are we personalizing these things? These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. We have gone digital, so why should somebody go, is doing livestock here, the other one is running with agriculture, the other one is running with some other ministries there, in some state department, if there are 3 or 2, what is it that we need to do to make it more efficient? Those are discussions that are going on, which we need to agree. Because productivity is not the responsibility of government alone, constructive engagement among government, employers, and workers strengthens trust. Employers and workers strengthen trust, industrial harmony, and institutional performance. The private sector drives investment, innovation, and job creation. Universities and research institutions generate knowledge and solutions. Development partners provide technical expertise and support. Civil society promotes accountability and citizen participation. So the productivity gains we seek will require all of society effort anchored on collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to national development. The key lies in understanding the role that each of the sectors has to play and the inputs that each has to provide. We must also truly embrace the whole of government approach to project and program execution. To do this, we have to confront agency anxieties about losing control. I encourage the building of informal structures and ground-up support that encourage public officers to come together to tackle all of government problem together. These solutions can thereafter be escalated for ministerial adoption and action. On this, you get government institutions becoming so protective. They don't want to share. They even take themselves to court. Yeah. We have one example where somehow there is something that one of the energy sector institutions did what the other one seems to believe that they are supposed to be the only one doing. Somehow they use proxies to frustrate construction of some line somewhere. What is it? Why are we fighting? Why are we feeling that we are losing control? What is the motive? I thought if you see your sister institution of government has done something, you need to say, thank you very much, you have done it. We only regularize. What do you want? You just bring one paper or the other one, I sign, and you proceed. Why do you go as far as going to court? Why are you going as far as protesting to the head of public service or to the president? You are government, they are government. Commissions should also be stewards of coming together. Let us not get obsessed with independence. I can see Chepkwony is we want to see SRC working together with PSC. We don't want to hear these stories of one saying, oh, the other one is, he has encroached, SCAC has done the other one. I don't know which one does the other one. Where there is overlap, people sit and agree. Because we cannot move forward if we are fighting ourselves as government. If commissions are fighting with the executive is fighting the commissions, it will be so complicated. So for us to enhance and ensure that we entrench productivity, we need to look into ourselves and agree that we are one body of government that are expected to serve the people, same people. So I ask all of us to work together, to consult, to have a whole of government approach between the executive and also even the county government. And I thank my brother here, Ahmed. He has really placed consultation before anything else. We don't see now a lot of press conferences between national government and county governments because he is focused. He knows that both levels of government is to serve the same people. And I thank you. And from the bottom of my heart, we this time round, we have not gotten any serious misunderstanding between the two levels of government. Even in the summit, it takes 1 hour, 2 hours, and it's done. Because consultations are there, and some few things that are not aligned, it is just a boardroom thing, and it is done. So let us stick to it. Let us know that we are serving the same wananchi who needs our services and needs us to do it fast. So for this administration, the president is really committed to bring in efficiency in government, to simplify procedures and many things that has become an hindrance, because this administration will ultimately be judged not by the number of meetings held, letters written, or reports produced, but by the improved lives. History will ask us whether we transformed public resources into public value, whether we turned reforms into results, whether we made government faster, fairer, more innovative, and more accountable, and whether we left behind a public service that citizens can trust. Kenya has reached an important turning point in its development journey. Our challenge is no longer merely to govern. Our challenge is to govern productively. Kenya's future will not be determined solely by the resources we possess. It will be determined by how productively we use them. Let this conference, therefore, mark a national turning point. Let it move us from conversation to commitment, from commitment to implementation, and from implementation to measurable gains. Let me end with a reflection on trust. The trust Kenyans place in government is both our greatest privilege and our heaviest responsibility. That trust is not static. It must be renewed and strengthened. Today, the trust deficit is low, but it can be strengthened again. Trust will be earned every time we dare to do something different for a better Kenya. Every barrier we break down, every service we improve, every innovation we create, they all serve this larger purpose of building trust. The productivity gap between Kenya and the world's leading economies is not merely a statistical difference. It represents jobs not yet created, incomes not yet earned, services not yet delivered, and opportunities not yet realized. Every single shilling collected from our taxpayers, every resource drawn from our national wealth, and every external dollar borrowed carries the weight of public trust. The qualities that guided our pioneers who built the nation and deepened democracy must continue to guide us to boldly pioneer this new path of productivity and performance. Let us transform public service from a mere culture of spending into a culture of investing. And you know, on that note, just imagine if we make a decision today the way our forefathers did during the fight for independence, where they went to the forest with crude weapons. Just imagine if today we resolve to put the same zeal, conviction, and determination on this productivity. Do you think will it be difficult? Will it be like that time where there were crude weapons, they were chanting, they were moving, burning one or two things, ambushing? If we resolve today as the government of Kenya and say we need to turn around the trajectory of productivity, is it going to be difficult? I don't think. Let us resolve to do it. And I know we can do that. So I acknowledge the support of our development partners led by agencies such as GIZ and JICA for their contribution to Kenya's productivity and performance journey. I also want to thank all our public officers for their service to the nation and encourage you to continue to be bold in reimagining how public service can be. I hope that in the future, you will be able to recall this proud moment of reimagining and the transition to productivity and performance. I look forward to the resolution of this conference and commit from my office to support the implementation across government. Thank you, and God bless Kenya. I now declare the first National Productivity and Performance Conference 2026 officially open. Asanteni sana.
Let's appreciate our chief guest once again. Asante sana. Asante sana. We may be seated. Thank you so much, our chief guests and our delegates. At this time, as we come close to our first program, allow that I welcome Philip Mong'ony, Chairperson State Corporations Advisory Committee to move a vote of thanks. And as you do that, Vice Chair of SRC, Dr. Kilda Odera, should be ready with the presentation to our chief guest. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's again give a round of applause to our head of public service. Thank you very much, sir. They say gratitude is not only the greatest of all virtues, but the parent of all others. I want to thank you very much, sir, for your continued commitment and being very instrumental in the preparation of this conference this year. I know you have been, since your assumption of office, you have been instrumental in many fasts. I remember when you came in, you introduced the issue of zero fault audit, which we have been building capacity in our state corporations to ensure that there's proper utilization of resources. The other first that you did, Head of Public Service, is the issue of building capacity of our regulators to ensure that, because if there's no regulation, there's no way you can properly utilize the resources that you have. I remember when we came to you when we were preparing for this conference, there's something you asked us. So you're preparing this conference. What do you expect to get out of it? And we said, resolutions. They said, resolutions for what? And when you have the resolutions, who is going to implement them? So that's the question that we need to carry home. When, after the 3 days of our deliberations here, I know there will be objectives that we have set. Are they transformative? Are they achievable? Are they smart enough? And then when we leave here, who then implements them? It's your role, because we are all sitting here, and we are going to be passing these resolutions. And when we go home, you must be tasked to implement it. Otherwise, it will be useless to have conferences year after year, and nothing comes out of it. I think something to take home from the speech of the head of public service is the need to improve on productivity, proper utilization of resources, make sure that we have value for every resource that we put in, and proper and good delivery of service to Mwananchi. There's one more that I picked from him, and I think I should leave you with this one. Don't digitize the old bureaucracy. And that's what you were saying. If you can do something in a few minutes, why does it take you a week or many days at that? So that's a take-home for us. And I want to wish each and every one of us good deliberations. I want to also appreciate those who have participated in preparation of this conference in conjunction with SRC, all the other chairs, the PSC, the IG team, my friend KK here, and our PSS in various ministries. We appreciate you all for giving us your input to make this conference a success. We believe we are going to have a very engaged full 3 days of conference, and we are going to come up with the resolutions. But remember, as you leave here with those resolutions, who is going to implement them? Thank you very much.
Once again, let's appreciate our chairman, Ajir Skak. Thank you so much. We are coming close to our first program. And I would want to request that we will take a break of 30 minutes. We converge here at 11:20. And as we take the break, we will require two teams, that is the steering committee and the commissioners of SRC, together with the chief guest. We've organized a group photo just at the entrance at the VIP holding room, which will take place shortly. And I request that we do it in the interest of time. We have prepared for you beautiful programs today. And we want to ensure that we have enough time as we move to our plenary. Once we come here, Commissioner Harden, who chairs the productivity of the committee, will take the program from here. Allow that we break for now. And I want to thank you so much for the morning session. God bless you. I've ending my program here, and Head of Public Service, most welcome again as we take the group photo outside. Asante sana, and have a good morning.
shiver. You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Five lives, five lives, five lives.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I want to request those of us who are outside kindly come in. We want to move to our next program. Those who are outside, kindly come in as I invite teardrops for an item. Let's all come in. Teardrops, you kindly come up front. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, mothers, fathers, and children of our beloved nation, good morning. Good morning. Are you happy to be here, or you're here to be happy? So my name is Steve Biko, and I'm popularly known as Jicho. I'm a spoken word artist, a community-based creative from Kenya. And we have an awesome item for today based on the theme. And I don't know if all of you are ready for me. Are you ready for me? Can I see your hands in the air kindly? At the back, I can't see you. Okay, thank you so much. Ni high time tukiwork hard kama viongozi, kama kanisa. Service ya kwanza na haraka inafaa iende direct kwa mwananchi. Service ya pili na ya mwisho, hii ni ya kushare ideas, kuona ni wapi unaweza saidia, learn from each other, since academic ni part and parcel of our backbone. Easy to meeting, any bright minds, different minds, building the future. Usisahau, hakuna mahali hakuna challenges, hakuna mahali hakuna pressure. Na hata leo hizo resources limited, ikifika point ziko unlimited, still anatafuta kitu ya kucomplain about. Barabara ziliundwa, mvua ikakuja wakapata chance ya kuongelea drainage. Fertilizer walipewa, chakula wakapata wakaanza kuongelea kuhusu mafuta. Still, we have to do more with what we have. Economic blow, expectations pia zinazidi kugrow. Results zinaweza kuwa si visible, but deep down, potential ina exist. Imagine systems zikiwork. Transport, digital, banking na school systems. Imagine systems zikiendelea kuwork. Hospitals, hotels, and even water system. Imagine. Hiyo ni heaven on earth. A land full of milk and honey, seeds and engines, a land full of bridges and lights. Kumbe, hiyo yote ni kugeuza efforts into results. Kujenga taifa, inaanza na vitu simple kama kupea mtu kazi ndani ya conference room account table. Aim ni honesty na uone kama yuko accountable. Kiwa development inaanza na vitu rahisi manze. Kiwa development inafanya raia itaki kukiu. Passports zitoke haraka, wafile tax haraka, results za exams zitoke haraka. In short, kila kitu wanataka itoke haraka haraka. For smooth transition ya the new Kenya we want, we have to work together. Government na private sectors, leaders na community people. We want to solve all the problems with new ideas. I welcome you to this land of prosperity, sustainable growth, and opportunity of future generations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellencies, and all protocol observed, good morning. See, the best place in the world right now is Africa. And the best place in Africa right now iko Kenya. The best place in Kenya right now iko Kabete. See, the best place in Kabete right now iko hapa KSG, because tunaongelea issues zenye zina affect tomorrow. One of the biggest assets tuko nayo as a country ni vijana. So nina swali. Ni wakina nani hufanya kazi kwa bidii kisha mshahara wao nalipo na inachukuliwa na wazee kwa bidii? Vijana. Ni wakina nani wana potential ya kuongoza leo lakini waambiwa waongojea hadi kesho? Ni vijana. Ni akina nani wanaweza ishi na amani na demokrasia lakini kwa kukosa ajira wakatumika kuzusha demo na ghasia? Ni vijana. Percentage kubwa ya raia ina generate revenue kwa nchi yenye iko na percentage kubwa ya vijana. Sisi wote tuko in the dark kama tuwezi eka vitu in the light. When vijana walikuja wanachiu blackout kesho wakikosa ya kusatisfy addiction wataiba mafuta ya transformer na kijiji mzima itakuwa in the dark. Why lie? Mtaa iko safe juu vijana hawaku save. Income follow after watu kuwa informed then kuwa involved wanaanza kuinnovate. Ukijikuta kwa mtandao utajua sio tailor pekee utegemea thread kuana daily bread. Our national anthem inaisha na may plenty be found within our borders. Now that tuko kwa age ya AI inafaa kwa inaisha na may plenty be found within our browsers. Siku drive point home uhitaji DL. Retweet my boss might be on your TL. Percentage kubwa ya nation isiwe ni nani buda nipige kalon. Kuwa broke ni temporary. So bossa uko alone. Usiwahi tegemea jasho ya mtu not unless unauza rolon. Ama uko kwa shares ya kampani ya Kolon. Vazi ni vazi, unaweza vaa local na confidence ya Dolce Gabbana. Kazi ni kazi, kijana zidi kazana. Unemployment haikuanza jana. Si hata kwa Bible shetani alitaka connections za God ndio apate job. Maji na stima huwa hazipatikani, huwa hazipatani. Nairobi Water collaboration na Kenya Power imefanya tuna maji moto kwa shower. Kama stima na maji zimepatana, sijui ni kwa nini mimi na wewe hatuwezi kuwa sawa. Sote tuko in the dark. Kama tuko kwa kijiji yenye kuna transformers but hakuna transformation. Kama kuna power na hakuna empowerment. Kuna mahali system iko broken kama tuko kwa society yenye tuko na majani chai na wananchi wanaenda kwa inchi zenye ni desert for greener pasture. System iko broken kama tunapanda ndege first class kwenda kwa country yenye iko on a second class kudiscuss shida za third world. Kuna mahali hii cable ya power to the people imekatika na tunafaa kuriwaya. Juu wale wenye walifaa kuandika historia bado wamekwama kwa riwaya. Hii shilingi yetu iko backup na silver ama gold. Hii shilingi yetu iko backed up na favor na glory ya God. Hii shilingi yetu iko backed up na watu wakifanya vitu. Masimba tumezoea kuziona kwa shilingi my guy. Yenye huwa tustuki tukizisikia zime break out rongai. Hii shilingi upiga round kwa vichaka. Hii shilingi ni simba. Hii shilingi inafanya wonders, viwanja vinabadilishwa viwanda, vijana wanafanya wonder. Hii shilingi iko na backbone na innovation. Hii shilingi yetu iko backed up na silver ama gold. Hii shilingi iko backed up na glory na favor ya God. Hii shilingi iko na backup ya watu. Hii shilingi iko driven na dreams. Hii shilingi inapeleka ndoto kwa streets ikizitoa kwa vitanda. Hii shilingi iko imara kwa mikono ya mama mboga na vibanda. Hii shilingi imejifunza kununua na kuuza utu zaidi ya vitu. Hii shilingi ni patience. Hii shilingi imepitia kwa mkono ya konokono na miguu za kobe. Hii shilingi iko na foundation ya resilience. Hii shilingi iko na kiu na iko na njaa. Hii shilingi yetu hii shilingi iko backup na silver ama gold. Hii shilingi iko backed up na glory na favor ya God. Usitupe mbao. Hii shilingi ndio inalipa seremala. Hii shilingi inaweza nunua vyeo lakini pia inaweza nunua viti. Hii shilingi yetu hii shilingi yetu iko backed up na favor na glory ya God. Hiyo timeless tumespend hapa ni timeless. Tumejua hii life ni drama, Kiswahili na English ni grammar, but Sheng ndio lugha ya mama na kidhanimi wazimu like father, like son, then God must be crazy. Shukran. Naitwa Teardrops.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Teardrops. Let's appreciate the young boys. Thank you very much, the entertainment team, distinguished guests, excellencies, honorable cabinet secretaries present, principal secretaries, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Is it still morning? We are set to begin our first plenary session, our first program of the conference. And I welcome you to this first program, the first plenary session or the first session of the conference. Our session this morning focuses on a subject that sits at the heart of this conference and indeed at the heart of public sector transformation. The topic is engineering productivity and performance management systems for objectivity and accountability in the service delivery. Across the world, as you know, governments are increasingly challenged to deliver better services with limited resources while responding to the expectations of the citizens. The question, therefore, is no longer whether our public institutions are busy or active. The question is whether our institutions are productive. The question, therefore, needs to be answered effectively, and the institutions are expected to be productive. They are expected that they serve the public in a better way. So today's session will seek to explore how productivity, accountability, and performance management can be re-engineered, strengthening public service or public value creation and national transformation. We are privileged to begin this discussion with a keynote presentation that introduces the concept of productivity governance and proposes a new framework for public sector accountability and performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote paper for this session was prepared by the PS, National Government Coordination. The paper presents a compelling proposition that the next frontier of public sector reforms is not compliance alone, nor performance alone, but productivity and public value creation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our PS, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Absalan, Principal Secretary, State Department for National Government Coordination, to deliver the keynote presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Like my colleague have mentioned, my name is Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim, and I'm the Principal Secretary, National Government Coordination. I will be presenting a paper to you, and the title of the paper is Re-engineering Productivity and Performance Management System for Objectivity, Accountability, and Service Delivery. I also want to inform the participants that the Public Service Performance Management Unit is also domiciled in this State Department. If I think maybe someone will help us show the paper. This paper will be covering a number of areas, and these include the moment Kenya must convert pressure into productivity. As you are all aware, we are facing a lot of pressure. That is fiscal pressure, high public demand, and we need to turn this pressure into productivity. The paper will also cover the governance pivot, that is from compliance to public value. You will find that since independence, we were involved in nation building order, and we were so much involved in compliance issues. That is compliance to the existing systems, there into law and order, which has given very small space for innovation and hence lack of growth. We have moved from that level to around 1990, where we have tried to come up with some kind of structural adjustment program, like coming up with issues like the result-based management. And around 2004, the performance contract concept was introduced in Kenya during the reign of His Excellency, the late President Kibaki. And the performance contract has really helped us a lot, especially in improving accountability. However, there still exists a gap. And the gap is that despite the fact that, that it has improved issues of accountability, what about the aspect of efficiency, that is value for money? Yes, we have seen, we have closely followed up issues of completion of project, timely completion of project, and etc. But did we make sure that issues of effectiveness and efficiency, that is timely completion of project, and whether value for money has been gained in regards to the same? Then thereafter, we are now moving from performance contracting to performance and productivity contracting. That is, it will be a combination of performance, productivity, and consequences. I will speak to this later. I'll also speak to issues of public value scorecard for the public sector, and this is simply about the scoring system. We will speak to 4 pillars that will turn productivity into governance, and the 4 pillars include issues of objectivity, accountability, service delivery, and consequences. We will speak to each of the 4 pillars as well. Thereafter, I'll touch on the aspect of public productivity compact, where we will be looking at whole society accountability. We will be moving from serikali nisaidie syndrome to a system where we will be all working together as partners. Thereafter, I will also speak to issues of institutional architecture, where we will be looking at one national performance and productivity ecosystem. I will also speak to the aspect of performance and productivity based budgeting, where we will be looking at value for every shilling. We will speak to the aspect of the single government as a productive accelerator. I am sure if you look at our systems, the young generations demand a kind of one-stop shop where they can easily access services from the comfort of their homes. Then how will we achieve the same and ensure that one can access service anywhere, anytime, digitally? Then we will also speak to the aspect of the roadmap, that is what next for performance and productivity, that is for the period of 2026 to 2030, where we will be speaking to issues of productivity transformation pathway. Now, if I will speak to the first issue of the moment, Kenya must convert pressure into productivity. Like I have already told you, we are facing a lot of pressure. And one of the pressures we are facing include financial pressure. If you look at our country, the real GDP growth in 2025, let me start with 2026, was about 5.7%. 2024, 4.7%. 2025, 4.6%. You can see the kind of fiscal pressure we are facing. If you look at our public and publicly guaranteed debt as a share of GDP, as at the end of June 2025, we are facing 67.8%. The same for the debt service as a share of ordinary revenue in the financial year 2024-25, which is 71.2%. Now, how do we turn this pressure we are facing into productivity? Remember, this conversation cannot be overstated. And this is not pressure we are facing alone. This is a pressure that all over the world, they are all facing such unprecedented pressure. And let's not forget that the citizens, on the other hand, also expect a lot from us. Technology, on the other hand, if you look at it, is rapidly growing and changing the way government operates. With the existing kind of technology, information is moving very fast and easy, to create some kind of misinformation that may even result at times to tension in the country, like what happened just recently. So this paper will be looking at the aspect of how then do we turn this pressure we are facing as a country to productivity. Now, if you look at the aspect of Kenya cannot spend its way into transformation. It must increasingly productivize expenditure. It must improve its institutions' human capacity and service delivery to the people. All we are doing, if we do alone, we will not achieve better results. We need to work with the people in all steps we are undertaking, right from the initial stage to the end. That way, working with the people will solve many of our problems. We are facing fiscal constraints. We have high citizen expectations. We are facing the technological disruptions that I have just raised. How then are we involving the people in our conversations, working with them so that they can understand every step, be it now in terms of revenue generation and etc. Now, while our economy remains resilient, we are aware that this demand is highly increasing. How are we going to make sure that we are working with the people in what we are doing so as to make sure that at the end of the day, we are all reading from the same script? What is happening currently in our setups is that we impose projects arbitrarily on the people. Resources are scarce. You need to look at the priority ranking of the people, involve them in the decision making right from the initial stage of identifying the project to the budget making through public participation process. And remember, public participation is enshrined in the Constitution, starting from the first article in the Constitution, Article 1, where the sovereign authority is invested in the people. Article 10.2a, Article 118, where Parliament is required to carry out public participation. County Assembly, equally required to carry out public participation, and etc. Then, if we are involving people in the public participation process, are we making sure that it is again quality public participation where decisions are informed by our people directly, or we do it for the sake of doing? Remember, if we carry the people with us at every stage, then we will not be facing challenge. But when we try to thrust down issues down the throat of the people, this is where we are getting the biggest challenge. Now, we said under the compliance to public value aspect, we have come all the way from the different states I've just explained, the compliance, where we were just going by rules. We have moved from the compliance level of just observing law and order, giving little space for innovations and growth, to that aspect of performance contracting. Then from there, we have, from performance contracting, we are moving to the performance and productivity level, where we will be having a governance system that is called performance and productivity contracting. This is, we are trying to make sure that there is value for every shilling that we are producing. Then thereafter, we are trying to have a level where we will create public satisfaction. And public satisfaction is only created through your action. Public trust is created through the results we achieve. And how do we achieve that result? If the people are satisfied with the services you are providing, definitely there will be public trust. If they are not satisfied with the services you are providing, public trust will be absent. Then, if you are involving people in decision making right from the initial stage of need identification, priority ranking of the projects, public participation, implementation. Let me go back to the level of budget making, where you are involving people through public participation process. Then we move from the public participation process, implementation. From implementation, we go to the level of reporting, and then finally the aspect of sustainability. Now, if you are involving people in every and each stage, and they know how every and each of their shilling is spent, and they know that there is value for money, that will lead to public satisfaction. And with public satisfaction, you will get trust. That is how to earn trust. But are we really doing the same in our current system, or there is something absent in what we are doing? All right. Then we go to the aspect of productivity governance. Remember, governments exist to create public value. Citizens will judge government not by the number of reports they produce, not by the regulations, not by the activities, but they will judge by the outcome at the end of the day. Did they get quality education for their children? Did they get quality health services? Was there efficiency of public services? Did they get that security and safety they require. That is how they are going to judge you, not the number of reports we produce and etc. And etc. Then there are issues, the aspect of objectivity. When we are doing the performance and productive contracting, the aspect of objectivity, we must come up with credible evidence to show what we are doing. And when we are doing the performance evaluation, that is really important. And are we, unlike before, are we carrying ourselves with the people? At the end of the back of your mind, it should be people-centered processes. Then the aspect of accountability, clear responsibility. We must have clear responsibility for each and every individual in the system, right from the cabinet secretary. Don't forget that the president has made commitment to the people of Kenya through, and we have produced a document called the Better document, which was aligned to MTP4 and Vision 2030. This document called Better, we have put in different areas and made sure that different ministries implement the different activities. Now, the different activities that the ministries are doing, the cabinet secretary signs performance and productivity contract with the president. That is cascaded down to the principal secretary, to the CEOs, to heads of department, up to the lowest level. And each of these levels, unlike before where we were looking at the aspect of just checking whether targets were achieved, here we will be interested in public satisfaction. Do we have value for what we are doing? Did we inculcate public trust based on the services we are providing to the people? Then the aspect of consequence, that is, there could be two issues. It could be positive consequence, where you are given rewards and recognition for the good job you have done, or if you are not performing well, then we see how best you can be supported so as to perform well. But if you persistently decide not to perform well, that also has definitely its own consequence. So this aspect of objectivity, accountability, consequence, and service delivery, which is, of course, the citizen's outcome.
Can give about another 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the last aspect of service delivery, which is the most important aspect, citizens' outcome. Whatever we are doing, are the people satisfied with our services? And if they are satisfied, then did they show trust for the services we are providing? I'm a bit told I'm slow. I will do my best to speed up. In our current setup of the performance contracting, we were just looking at the aspect of target achievement, activity completion, reporting discipline, outputs, and scores. But now that we will be having the performance and productivity contracting, we'll be looking at the aspect of performance results, productivity assessment, service delivery outcomes, and consequences and improvement. Remember, performance contract has remained the most successful governance reforms in Kenya. It has transformed public administration. It has strengthened accountability. It has introduced a culture of measuring results. But we should move, like I have said, from that normal performance contracting concept to performance and productivity contract, so as to make sure that aspect of efficiency is addressed. Then finally, 10 minutes, so many. Okay. Finally, the aspect of public value scorecard for public sector. This one is how we intend to carry out the assessment, the evaluation in the different setups I will move to the next aspect. These 4 pillars are really important. Like I have told you, there will be 4 pillars under the performance and productivity contracting. That is objectivity, where we'll be looking at measuring productivity with credible data, audits, independent and validation. We will be looking at aspect of consequence management, that's rewarding those who perform well, and trying to support improving those who don't perform well. Aspect of accountability, where we are cascading performance right from the cabinet secretary to the lowest level. Aspect of service delivery, where we are making sure that at the end of the day, there is value for the outcome. Then the aspect of the whole society approach, I think I have already speak to this one. We are moving from Saidia Serikali concept to one where we are having the society as a partner and will embrace whole society approach in all what we'll be doing. On institutional architecture, we will be having one national performance and productivity ecosystem where of the Executive Office of the President, that is HOPES, will be providing strategic direction. Public Service and SRC will be providing issues of accountability and performance. National Government Coordination and PSPMU will be providing the performance and productivity management. Then Treasury and KMBS will be providing the aspect of fiscal and statistics integrity. And the Office of the Auditor General will be supporting the issues of independence. There was a question on who is going to audit the Auditor General's office. I am sure currently, as you are all aware, during the audit of Auditor General's office, Parliament appoints an audit firm to audit the Auditor General's office. However, for other areas like state corporations, there are those regulatory state corporations. Office of HOPES is making a check. And recently, I am sure we had a meeting with all RAS to check on their performance. As I conclude, I'm under a lot of pressure from the gentleman here. Yeah. As I conclude, digital government as a productivity accelerator. We are moving, technology is one of the greatest productivity multiplier available in the modern government. Of course, currently we have the e-citizen approach, the Huduma approach, the digital payment approach, and integrated government platforms. However, we need to move a notch higher. Look at the aspect of artificial intelligence. Look at the aspect of the predictive analytics, so that real-time service is monitored and digital productivity dashboard, so that anyone, the CS or the PS from the comfort of their office, can just see how we are performing in terms of performance and productivity target achievements. As I conclude, yeah, I think the time allocated was low. Roadmap, and this is the final part, but very important. We need to have a roadmap for the new performance and productivity concept. That is, what are we doing right from the end of this 3 days conference? That we will be coming up with a policy architecture indications. Earlier on, we used to give out only annual performance contract guidelines. Now we will be issuing what is called performance and productivity guidelines. The GPCS design that was there will still remain there. Then in 2027, we will try to institutionalize and pilot the performance and productivity concept. In 28, 29, we will try to scale and integrate the two. We will also look at aspect of budgeting and service standards. That will look at aspect of public expenditure that which has to create, by the way, measurable value in all that will be undertaken. Remember, at the back of our mind, all we will be doing will definitely now we should have value for every shilling that we are going to spend. So we will make sure at the end of the day that citizens will experience better outcomes and in our productivity, and we will have a productive a state where performance and productivity is really not one-day activity, but a culture. Yeah, and where everyone will support that leadership philosophy. As I conclude my last remarks, yeah, I am not going to the pressure of my colleague. As we conclude, I think it is important that we have come up with so many reports on numerous occasions. But then what is important is walking that talk. At the end of the 3 days, we must make an undertaking that we are all ready to support the new birth, where every and each of us will now, going back to our offices, make sure that we look for value for money, value for every shilling we spend. That we move from the old, from our current style, let me not call it old, of just performance management, but going to the aspect of performance and productivity management. We will be going from next year, 2027, to what is called performance and productivity contracting. I am sure this is difficult because always there's resistance for issues of measuring performance. Even in our current setup, many have viewed that the aspect of performance contracting is more of a punitive whatever, and really it is not punitive. It is just meant to improve us from where we are to the next level. And by the way, even the use of sanctions, if you are not performing well, is not there. We are looking for supportive ways of improving the staff's productivity. So it is a tough journey. It is my hope that resistance will be reduced and we will all embrace that tool to go to the next level. At the end of the day, it should be a people-centered process and the employee should be the heart of all we are doing. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, PS. Let's appreciate the PS once more. PS, thank you. We will have wished to give you a lot of time, but the program is really tight, and you will allow us to proceed. I know you'll have time to discuss and interact with the team here. So thank you for that. Please allow us to appreciate him once more. The message is home. Let's move from compliance-driven to productivity-driven. Let's move from performance contracting to productivity and performance contracting. Thank you. The keynote presentation has really challenged us that we need to rethink the future of public sector accountability. And we have had a compelling argument from the PS. We now have the opportunity to interrogate these ideas. We need to interrogate these ideas further through a distinguished panel comprising of leaders, practitioners from the government at both levels, the public sector, as well as the private sector. So allow me to introduce our panel. We are running a bit short of time.
Very short period because
short time, PS Karibu. We will have a distinguished panel that will interrogate the ideas presented by the PS. And allow me now to introduce our distinguished panel. We have the PS, of course, himself will be part of the panel. And the Secretary, National Productivity, Dr. Moitalel, please welcome him to stage. Let's applaud him as he comes. We have Reverend Dr. Patrick Omutia. Patrick Omutia is Special Secretary Productivity in the Executive Office of the President. We have Karen Wakoli, The Executive Director, Emerging Leaders Foundation, is here in the room. Karen Wankoli, Karibu. Then we have Commissioner Leonida Shindu, Commissioner SRC, my colleague in the commission. Please welcome him to stage. And lastly, we have Ms. Esther Ngari, EPS, Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards or Statistics. Statistics, great. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly, standards, okay, I'm corrected there. So my goodness, there's no seats. Organizing team, please get me one more seat. Kindly get me one more seat. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in appreciating our distinguished guests, our distinguished panelists, Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Michael King is really helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Esther. Now, I also wanted this moved. I don't know how I can operate from here, but it's okay. We'll operate from where we are in the situation. So panelists, welcome. The topic that has been presented, or the paper that is presented by the peers, has really challenged us. And he has a strong, compelling proposition that we need to move from the current practice to a productivity-driven practice. And that is a challenge for us. And we need to have systems in place. So let me start with the Piers himself. Piers, the keynote paper that you have just taken us through has challenged us to move beyond measuring activities and targets towards measuring productivity and public value. How then can productivity and performance management systems be redesigned to enhance productivity and accountability in the public service?
Thank you. Thank you. I think we can redesign our current way of performance contracting in a manner acceptable to all. The first thing is the aspect of awareness. Remember, people will own what they participate in. And if there is no participation in the process, then ownership will be absent. It is important that we create adequate awareness and make sure that we carry everyone on board in ensuring that we are working together in this journey. There were lessons learned from the current performance contracting we are undertaking, and we need to address those existing challenges in the current performance contracting we are taking if we are moving from performance contracting to performance and productivity contracting. For example, an employee may feel that the current performance contracting concept could be a punitive one and not one meant to improve and motivate an employee. Then we should come up with the measures that will make sure that an employee owns the process, that an employee can even carry his own self-appraisal before appraised by an immediate supervisor. An employee will feel that when he does well, he's recognized. For example, it could be through promotion or through any other form of recognition, such that it will be a self-driven process. So I think that aspect of ownership of the process will help us walk
with the people, carry the people with us. And finally, if we were just measuring, for example, moving this number of files from this place to another, it should be clear that at the end of the day, what is measured is not only the final results, but what time you have taken, because time itself is a resource, and what resources you have used to spend the same. And there comes value for every shilling we are spending. I think that way, it means working together, all of us, to achieve common result and make sure that there is a public satisfaction is earned through our actions. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. Here, recognition, promotion, and earning the public trust. Thank you. Dr. Moitalel, you are in the department or in the productivity, which is an institution in the labor department or in the Ministry of Labor that is charged with productivity. You have heard what the presentation said and the discussions we have in the morning about productivity and what needs to be done. What key public service reforms are necessary to strengthen productivity management, productivity and performance management?
Thank you. First of all, I want to give an assurance to the country that productivity has been in existence, or National Productivity and Competitiveness Center has been in existence since 2002. And it has perfectly worked for the private sector. In the private sector, you are either productive or you go home. So what I want to assure the country is that what needs to be done immediately is the establishment of the productivity and performance contracting on all MDAs. And the reason why I mentioned the word, or I underlined the word immediately, is because in 2022, we did a pilot on matters productivity on 20 MDAs, and it came out perfectly. And now we are in the third circle in the PC, whereby it has worked very well. And also, we need to understand that productivity and performance is part of the better. If you check the manifesto of the government of the day, you will realize that better productivity and performance is in the manifesto. That is why, again, as I said, we need to underline the word immediately, because it has been done, it has been tested, it is now on the fourth year. Now, the reason why it is possible is that the PC can easily be divided into two parts. That is now part A, that handles productivity, and part B that handles performance. As in the process, we need also to strengthen the independence of the assessment, such that the moment there is PPC, now productivity and performance contracting, there is need now to assess how the outputs and the measures are being made, indicators and the matrices are done, and also, therefore, we need to institutionalize citizen-centric, because at one point we'll need to involve all the MDAs, all the Kenyan citizens on a public participation. That is where we'll also come up with the institution, like now the budget. The budget office is very integral in this part because we need to integrate performance and productivity in the budget making process. And therefore, this is one of the agenda in public reforms in the country, and we cannot achieve the Vision 2030, the MTP 1-4, without integrating this change on matters productivity, whereby we need to link reward to performance and productivity, whereby all the leaders in the country are therefore made accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I hear that you are urging us to institutionalize productivity, that it will help us achieve our Vision 2030 and all our strategic plans or our strategic visions. Let's reward productivity, let's tie reward to productivity. Very indeed insightful. Let's now turn to Dr. Omutia. Dr. Productivity transformation is ultimately driven by leadership and culture. What role should leadership and organization culture play in driving productivity and performance management?
Thank you for that very important question. In terms of productivity and performance transformation, we should see that it is fundamentally a leadership challenge before it becomes a technical or administrative one. Around the world, we do note that countries that have been successful, that have successfully improved public sector performance, such as Singapore, South Korea, Estonia, Rwanda, did so not by beginning with systems. What they did is that they began with leadership, commitment, and culture change. So that should be the start point. You don't do systems, because systems without good leadership and culture will go nowhere. So similarly, what we have seen that in Kenya, we have over time developed policies, strategies, performance contracts, monitoring frameworks, and digital platforms. However, the greatest determinant to the success still remains our ability to have quality leadership and a culture that leaders create within their institutions. Because leadership, as we know, is about radiating positive influence. And therefore, it is the role of the leadership to set priorities and determine whether public officers focus either on compliance or value addition. So if you are traditionalists, you will tend to maintain compliance. But the leadership to deal with today's challenges, you should have leaders that create an enabling environment where those who follow them are able to not only create, but also add value on a continuous basis. So it therefore means that productivity improves when leaders consistently ask some three simple questions. One, whether they are delivering quality results. Secondly, whether they are using the resources at their disposal efficiently. And most important, whether the citizens for which we have been given responsibility to serve are receiving better services because of what we are doing. And therefore, a productivity-oriented leader is one who moves his or her institution from measuring activities all the way to creating and adding value. Equally important is the aspect of organizational culture, because we do know that culture means the way we do things around us. And therefore, culture influences how people think, how they behave, how they innovate, and how they respond to challenges before them. So where you get in an organization a culture that tolerates waste, bureaucracy, absenteeism, even presentism. The presentism means you are at work, but at the end of the day, at 5 o'clock, you have done nothing. You have just been existing and not adding value. A culture that tolerates duplication, low accountability, will inevitably mean that it will undermine performance regardless of the systems that you put in place. So what then do we need? We need a productivity culture that promotes accountability for results, that promotes continuous improvement, change for the better, Kaizen. Thirdly, a culture that promotes innovation and problem solving, because we were created by God to solve problems and nothing else. Also, we want a culture that promotes responsible use for resources, a culture that promotes teamwork and collaboration, and finally, and very important, a culture that considers citizens at the center of service delivery. Therefore, what the PS has presented as a solution is that if we want to change, we now need to focus on a concept of productivity and performance governance, that because that needs to be governed, managed, and measured, so that it places, I think that is in summary. Thank you.
It needs to be measured, and a number of issues that we have raised: organization culture, creation of an employment environment, quality leadership. These are parameters that needs to be inculcated in the performance and management if it has to be on productivity. Thank you, Dr. Referend. Let me now come to Karen Wakoli. Karen, organizations today are operating in rapidly on a dynamic environment characterized by technology, innovation, and increasing stakeholder expectations. How can then technology, data analytics, and digital transformation be leveraged to improve our performance and productivity?
Thank you very much for that question. And I'd like to start off by just saying that what happened here is part of adaptive leadership. That you see a challenge, and I actually observed our moderator. He was going to stand the whole time. That was going to impede his productivity and even his well-being. Yeah, and I thought, yeah, let me move on the side, let him take my so in public service, it's really critical that we are adaptive. We see what challenges are happening. How can we move with speed to actually make sure we resolve those particular challenges? And talking about technology and data analytics, and just picking up from the speakers in the morning, what they shared with us, I think it would actually be critical that we embrace wholeheartedly technology, data analytics, and digital transformation to be able to move from just activity-based reporting, and that will help us to make sure that we have real-time, evidence-based, citizen-centered performance management. This is so critical. Part of what Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa has done, together with the Public Service Commission of Kenya, is to run a leadership fellowship program called the Public Service Emerging Leaders Fellowship. Part of the fellowship involves these young leaders drawn from different counties and different ministries of government going to pose as citizens at public centers to receive service. And then we're able to do an assessment to see how long did it take to be served? Was your problem resolved? What were some of the challenges you faced? And this really helped us to go back to the drawing board to see how can national government and even county government work through such a program to then make sure that citizens are able to get better quality service. And in this case, I have also looked at data by the ICT Authority and seen that at the moment, citizens are able to access about over 22,000 public services on eCitizen. But then the question is, can we move, like this is an achievement, but then can we move from this level to the next level, which is having real-time data? Can we invest in that to then be able to know at any one particular time, what is the number of applications we have received? How many citizens, just by a press of a button, have been served by a Huduma Center, by a hospital, by a school, by a public institution? What was the quality of service? Real-time data is going to be so critical in terms of decision-making and enhancing that level of decision-making. Coming to performance contracting, I learned of a beautiful term in Rwanda. It's called imihigo. And imihigo is performance contracting. It is public. And like the PS said, currently we have no punitive measures on whether or not public servants perform. But for Rwanda, it's really interesting that by the time reviews are being done, a number of public servants actually resign because they have not been able to meet the targets given to them. And for those who've been able to meet the targets, they get to celebrate and they're honored. So I think it would be critical for SRC and Public Service Commission to actually see how to work out the incentives, the reward mechanisms for public servants that get to perform. Coming to something else on succession planning and leadership, and thank you so much for talking about leadership. I have had the pleasure of serving on 4 national government boards and 1 county government board where I served as the chair. And I look at the quality of leadership and the quality of productivity in those particular agencies and ministries. And guess what? The bottom line was leadership. Leadership determines everything and so much. But as people get promoted, do they get a chance to go through capacity strengthening, capacity training, mentorship, succession planning? That is so critical and so at the core of government performance. And so I would actually urge the different entities charged with that to make sure that we work on that. And definitely, as I come to a close, citizen engagement is so critical. How are we engaging citizens? What is the essence of public service? Who is the client? Who's the customer? Who's the end product or end service receiver? It's the citizens. Do we ever make time to listen to them? What they say? Do we have mechanisms? Like right now, almost everybody has access to digital platforms and telephones and access to internet. Do we have customer satisfaction surveys that are able to help us to rate the quality of service, the quality of turnaround time, the cost of service or product given to citizens? This is so critical. So I would actually urge that, in fact, if government agencies and ministries can endeavor to work with civil society organizations to look at, for instance, budgeting processes, what is informing that? And as we re-engineer productivity and performance contracting and all that, what is informing that? Data is going to be so critical, and it is so critical in terms of informing what happens and how we get to re-engineer. Organizations like Emerging Leaders Foundation, Africa, Budgeti Hub, TISA, IEA, working with the communities, then working with different MDAs and county governments would really be so useful in terms of informing data-driven, and values-driven engagement and measurement of performance and productivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Very insightful. Indeed, very insightful, and what technology can do and how it can hasten productivity. Indeed, very, very, very insightful. Let's now move to the next panelist, Esther Ngari. I'll come to you, Commissioner. Esther, one of the recurring concerns in the public sector reforms is that institutions often measure activities, but they struggle to measure productivity and value for public or value for money. How can then productivity measurement be integrated into existing public sector performance management frameworks to strengthen accountability and value for money?
Thank you very much. I want to start by correcting the organization I work for. It's Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to answer that question, let me start by stating that productivity at Kenya Bureau of Standards is not a parallel program. It actually sits within our performance management. And Kenya Bureau of Standards started with a pilot that Dr. Moitarel mentioned in 2023. So we've been working on this for the last 3 years. And we have, I will give the specific example of how we have done, practically how as an institution you will go about it, because we have walked through this for the last 3 years and it's very possible. When the pronouncement was made that we'll move from performance contracting to productivity and performance, this is how it is gonna be like. It has worked for us, and I am sure it is going to be transformative, the shift that we have been talking about from the time we started. So the first thing is to make sure that we start with the mandate. Every institution has a mandate that you have been given. For us, it's the Standards Act. So from the mandate, we don't generate the targets or from just some key performance indicators as our productivity. We develop them from the mandate that has been given to the institution. And we started by developing 8 productivity metrics that we were able to map with our statutory function. And from there, we were able to compute the composite index. And this index is what we are able to measure. So it's a composite index, is not different. We are not measuring the 8 matrices separately. And these are embedded directly into our balance scorecard. As an institution, we use the balance scorecard. And therefore, when it comes to performance contracting before the beginning of every financial year, we are able to look at the guidelines which have been given. We develop a scorecard for the corporation. And that balance scorecard is the one that is signed between the managing director and the chairman of the board. And from there, we are able to cascade to the management, meaning that every day from the 1st of July, when the performance contracting starts, then every person within the institution knows exactly what is expected of them. And as an institution, we are also able to come up with a framework on awards and sanctions, which then, as we work from the first day of the financial year to the last day, everybody is aware of what is expected of them. And remember, these metrics that are developed, they are actually creating value for the mwananchi. It is the mandate, what is expected of Kenya Bureau of Standards, and what value does the common mwananchi expect from the institution. So that's how we have worked. It is possible, and I believe it will bring a shift into this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, for being brief. Let's appreciate her. And finally, before we conclude, we have Commissioner Leonid Ashindu, Commissioner Citizens Experience Governments directly through service delivery at county levels. How can national and county governments collaborate to institutionalize productivity and performance management?
Thank you very much, and I'll start from the paper by the PS in terms of the mechanisms he mentioned. We must always work jointly for us to achieve better results with regards to performance and productivity, both levels of government. In this case, I mean the HR component at the county level is managed by the county public service boards, whereas at the national government level is managed by the Public Service Commission. It's high time we relook, and the chief guest today challenged us. We look at our governance structure, our constitution, and many other frameworks that we use, to the extent that I ask myself, do we need 47 county public service boards? As a challenge, I'm also challenging you to the extent that we are working disjointedly, that we have 47 counties with the 47 county public service boards, each working in their own way. Therefore, in terms of having one avenue or one result, then we have 47 results. In that case, we are too disjointed, working in silos. Yet, if you go to Schedule 4 of our Constitution, it gives functions to the counties. But if you look at the functions that are devolved, they have a national government component. The training component, the regulatory component is both national. So why should we separate completely, veer off from a national government approach other than working jointly? So as we speak now, which is the second point in terms of now, how do we deal with this matter as is? I know we have 47 county boards, public service boards with their respective staff, and we also have the other general public, the other staff of public service, both at the three levels of government, the legislature, judiciary, and executive. But we can harmonize and synergize through common training and capacity building. I know as SRC, with regards to this particular matter, we have a joint working relationship with this institution, Kenya School of Government, in terms of curriculum development and training and capacity building, especially on the aspect of productivity and performance. Therefore, I'll urge all of us, all institutions, both levels of government, to take advantage of such kind of collaborative mechanism
so that we can be able to domesticate what you have done nationally, the national framework, into our respective institutions and have common curriculum for this particular elephant in the room, that is performance and productivity. Finally, I'll speak about the end product, where now SRC comes in. And in that case also, it also should be domesticated to individual institutions. The SRC comes at the tail end to remunerate, and we're saying in our current call, we say rewarding productivity. We reward based on what the institution has been able to evaluate. And the institution also depends on various institutions. We have the performance department, we have performance productivity, NPCC, and many other institutions. And therefore, again, that begs the question, as SRC is depending on very many institutions to determine what to reward, is it high time that these many institutions that we depend on for information, could they be domiciled in one institution or one-stop shop to make this work easy? Thank you.
To cut you there, and apologies for that. I understand there is a next speaker in the next session who is in the around, and is someone that we don't. We will have loved this panel to continue and have a second round and even have a question and answer session from the delegates. But distinguished delegates, allow us to stop it there. There are several important themes that have emerged from this discussion. First, productivity must be measured if it is to be improved. Productivity, and the second, leadership and organizational culture are critical enablers of productivity transformation. Thirdly, technology and innovations are increasingly becoming indispensable tools for accountability and service delivery. And finally, productivity must ultimately translate into better outcomes for citizens. And allow me just to ask one final question, and 1 minute each of the panelists before we conclude. If you were to recommend one transformation or transformative reform that will significantly improve our productivity and performance accountability in the public sector, what will it be and why? What is the one thing that if today you are given to change, you will change? And let me start with the PS.
I think,
1 minute, please.
Let me say the public service reform based on merit, skills, and above all, people-centered service, where merit-based recruitment and promotion is observed, where we will conduct fair appraisal, where we will get continuous training, and where we will carry out a citizen satisfaction survey, where you take consequence for your action, be it positive or negative. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the key recommendations that I will want really to come up in the public service is that there should be reward on matters productivity and performance. And therefore, the moment that reward is there, it should be owned by the topmost organ in the institution. And that involves budgeting, because we realize that if we commit a certain percentage on performance and productivity, it then transforms to the mandate of the institution, and then we reward productivity and performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Daktari, continue.
Mine is a very simple one. It's just to reevaluate the way we have been measuring or attempting to measure productivity. Because when it was mainstreamed, you found that the things that we chose to measure, we more re-emphasize 85% still on effectiveness and 15% on efficiency. We should look at this as a duality. Anytime you do an effectiveness measure, imagine the efficiency measure. And thirdly, the two things of effectiveness and efficiency should focus on the value you deliver. So that should be a link between effectiveness and immediately think about its efficiency equivalent, and then what ultimate result it is, which is the value it is supposed to deliver to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine would be citizen engagement, effective, intentional, efficient citizen engagement. And let me use the 1 minute to actually ask a question to the audience. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being so poor and 10 being efficient and effective, how would you rate your quality of citizen engagement as you serve the public? How many of us would rate themselves at a 9 in the audience? Anyone? We have 3 people. SRC, I hope you have seen the 3 public servants. Please do something for them. And the rest of us who are not at a 9, please. It makes such a difference. And somebody, I think it was Mahatma Gandhi, who said that we find ourselves when we lose ourselves in the service of others. So I really hope we can determine and endeavor to put citizens at the center of everything we get to do, and that we do everything with all our heart, soul, and minds, not as to them, but as unto God. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Make it quick, Commissioner.
Thank you. Me, based on what I presented before, I'll be attempting to answer what the chief guest presented and the challenges he gave us, and say that for us to transform the public service in terms of performance and productivity, we should be able to reduce repetition and working in silos. And therefore, I'll still pose the question, do we still need very many institutions working on towards one goal? Do we still need 47 county public service boards to recruit, train on behalf of the nation, yet we have one public service commission for the entire nation? Do we need performance and productivity as a component to be domiciled in many other ministries and state departments, yet it could be domiciled in one stop shop for us to be able to offer efficient and effective service delivery? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one reform that I would advocate today, it is that the country needs to adopt a standardized, data-driven framework for performance management for all public institutions. It is possible, we can do it, and that is what will bring the shift.
Thank you. Thank you. We have had insightful discussions and insightful, rich and insightful discussions from the panelists. The keynote presentation, as well as the panel discussions, have reinforced a powerful message. And this powerful, I hope if this mic is working. The powerful message is that productivity is not merely an economic concept. It is a governance imperative. I think that is also what we have had in the morning. And the discussions really were very, very engaging, and we hope to have had a long time with this very powerful and insightful panelist. But because of time, we want to stop it there on behalf of the organizers. And I wish to sincerely thank the Principal Secretary for the keynote address, and I want to thank also GIZ for helping us. I want to thank our distinguished panelists and all delegates for the active participation and thought-provoking contributions. Please join me in appreciating our keynote speaker as we welcome our CJ. CJ, welcome. Our Chief Justice, let's all stand up to receive our CJ. Let's stand up to receive our Chief CJ. Welcome our Chief Justice. Panelists, thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate our CJ and let's appreciate our keynote speakers and our distinguished panels. Thank you. You can have our seat. Thank you, CJ, and welcome to this session at the conference. The panelists, wait, hold on kidogo. I'm told there are some gifts that will be presented to you. Who gives? Okay. Bring them here. I will need someone to help. Yes, Commissioner, thank you. Bwana Piet, asante sana. We appreciate. Wangoi, Commissioner, you can help us in this. Yes, you can give. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, our panelists. We appreciate. Asanteni sana. Let me now hand over the session to our main MC, or the next MC, our Commissioner Meli, to take us to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our speakers, our panelists, and our moderators. Another appreciation again. Thank you so much, Commissioner Harden and the Chair of Productivity and Performance at the Commission. Chief Guest, Chief Justice Mother Kohome, most welcome to this event. We are happy to host you, and allow me to welcome the Chair of SRC, Sami Chepkony, to pick it up from there. Chairman. Thank you so much. Yeah, and those who are in charge of the pulpit, kindly please, we need this. Who are the people in charge? Yeah, quickly, as the chair takes over. Chair, most welcome.
Thank you, Senator Commissioner Meli. I can now confirm that Senator Meli actually goes to church because he has insisted that this is the pulpit. Well done. But allow me, colleagues, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank you once again for coming. And I'm really happy that you are here. A lot of you I can see. I think in the morning we were not as many as this. But I think it was intentional so that by the time the CJ comes, most of us are here. Just one comment as I invite the CJ here is that I must make again another confession to this time, that the CJ is one leader of arm of government called the judiciary that has more than 5 jobs. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. When I reach 5, I say and the others. Because he's the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. She's the President of the Supreme Court. What do you know else that she does? She's a chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission. Should I continue? And more and more and more. But the confession I wanted to make is that we don't pay her as SRC for all of them. But she has not complained. Thank you, Honorable CJ. I think all of us should be like her. The second confession I wanted to make about our Honorable Chief Justice is that right now, as we speak, she's running our own conference for the Chief Justices from all over Africa. But when we paid her a courtesy call, she was gracious enough and said, because of the importance of this conference, she'll spare 1 hour to come here and speak to us about this very important subject of productivity. We are so grateful that you met that gracious accommodation from your very busy diary this week. So the CJ is accompanied by another friend of SRC called Honorable Justice Fatuma Sichale, who is there. Can you stand? So we are really honored, CJ, that you did not just come alone, you've come with Honorable Justice Fatuma.
And allow me now to invite you, but I didn't tell you that these organizers kept another secret away from you, but we are sure you can take surprises. That the moderator of your session, who I now want to invite you, is actually my boss, who is none other than FCPA, Nancy Katungu. FCPA Nancy Katungu is my boss because she's the chair of chairs. Chair of chairs because in the 20 or so constitutional commissions and independent offices, when she was not there, we unanimously elected her as our chair. When she came, we were not sure she was going to accept, but eventually she accepted. Thank you very much. But yours truly was also elected the vice chair in the same meeting. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome FCPA Nancy Katungu to take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Which one do I use? Okay. Thank you very much, Chair of SRC, my good friend Sami Chepkwony, who is also my Vice Chair, the Honorable Chief Justice, Lady Justice Martha Koome, the Honorable Lady Justice Sichale, distinguished guests, PSS, the diplomatic corps members, the Constitution Commissions and independent officers. A very good afternoon to you. I'm really very privileged and honored, Madam Chief Justice, to be your moderator this afternoon on this session on driving productivity and performance in the judiciary. The judiciary, ladies and gentlemen, is a cornerstone accountability system institution linking governance, economic productivity, and fiscal health. The judiciary enables economic productivity through legal certainty. It supports fiscal sustainability through accountability, tax enforcement, and anti-corruption. It enhances service delivery by ensuring fairness, efficiency, and responsiveness in public administration. And therefore, the judiciary sets the bar and is expected to lead by example. So today we are very much honored to have the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, to share more about how the judiciary drives productivity and performance. And I must say, it will be quite interesting, and I'm not preempting Honorable Lady Chief Justice, it will be quite interesting to hear how the judiciary balances performance and productivity with regard to some of your key stakeholders or customers that come before you, either as accused persons or as litigants, where performance, for example, and we were reminded by the PS this morning that time is a resource, where performance, for example, could be on timely disposition of cases or judgment dissemination. And depending on which side of the law they find themselves in, will they all rejoice and say the judiciary is working well? Or some will question expeditious justice that might lead to serious consequences if they have been in breach of the law. Analysis of customer service results must be quite interesting in the judiciary, but I will not preempt, as I said. The Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome was appointed on 14th of May 2021 and assumed office on 21st of May 2021 as the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. She is the first woman Chief Justice of the Kenyan judiciary, or of Kenya. Congratulations, Madam. She is the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, the National Council on the Administration of Justice, National Council for Law Reporting, and the vice chairperson of the Southern and Eastern African Chief Justices Forum. And prior to her appointment, she was a judge of the Court of Appeal and a judge of the High Court. And before joining judicial service, she was a practicing advocate.
The Honorable Justice Martha Koome was the president of the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association in 2019, a member of the African Union Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child from 2005 to 2010, a chairperson of FIDA of Kenya in 1997-2003, chairperson of the Bill of Rights Subcommittee at the Bomas Constitutional Conference, an inaugural treasurer of the East African Law Society. And here I must say, I sense that if the Honorable Lady Chief Justice did not pursue law, she would be a fellow accountant. You don't become a treasurer if you're not very good with numbers. And she's also council member of, she was also council member of the Law Society of Kenya from 1994 to 1996, chaired the NCAJ Special Task Force on Children Matters that was the architect of the Children's Act for 2022. Madam Lady Chief Justice was awarded the runner-up United Nations Person of the Year in Kenya in 2020 and received national honors as Elder of the Order of the Burning Spear, which was elevated to Elder of the Order of the Golden Heart. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Nairobi, a postgraduate diploma from the Kenya School of Law, a Master of Laws from the University of London, a certificate of completion for the Women and Power program from the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, and executive education and the African Chief Justice's Alternative Dispute Training just from October 2024 from Pepperdine University. It is my great pleasure to welcome you, Madam Honorable Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome. Please give her a welcome.
Thank you very much, my sister, CPA, Madam Gadango. Please have a seat. Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. It made me a bit scared because you set the bar very high. You have hyped me. I hope I'll meet your expectations. Allow me to recognize in a very, very special way the chairperson and the honorable commissioners of SRC and all the distinguished participants this morning. Allow me to abide by the established protocols and say a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm most honored to address this very distinguished gathering of the National Productivity and Performance Conference 2026. As we were speaking in the small room, as I was getting my nerves together because I've been up from 4 a.m. Trying to run a conference of the Chief Justices who have convened here in Nairobi from the entire continent to discuss mechanisms of accessing justice to our people through the alternative means, because as you know, we were colonized, we were brought common law, and we were told our traditional ways of resolving disputes was repugnant to law and morality. And therefore, we left those systems that were accessible to us, that made sense to us, that built harmony within our families and our communities. And now we have been picking it back. And in Kenya, because of our Constitution 2010, we have made a lot of progress by adopting alternative justice system. We call it AJS. I don't know how many of you have heard about AJS. Can I see your hand up if you have heard about AJS? And it is really working. And therefore, my colleagues in the continent, the Chief Justices in Africa, have decided to come and see how we do it. And we have them in Nairobi. So we have something to showcase. We better clap for ourselves because we are not so badly off. Some other people are coming to benchmark on us. So tomorrow we'll take them on a field trip to Embu, where the NJES summit is taking place, and they will see elders in action, resolving disputes. And then on Friday, we'll have a conference. Therefore, I have been up and about, so I may not be very good this morning. But as we were sitting there, we said really this conference is absolutely timely, because it's the high time the public service, we in the public service asked ourselves, what are we doing in our service delivery to the people we serve? And this jogged my memory to when we were young activists and we were trying to put together an organization to deliver services to Kenyans, indigent women and children at FINDA. And we were trying to set up a legal aid department. And we had this consultant who was helping us. And she would ask us, you have been working today, what did you do? And we had to be drilled down to what it is that we did. And those are the systems we established at FINDA. If you are a lawyer employed to offer pro bono legal services to indigent women, and you went to court and you were in court the whole day, what did you do in court? And what you did, how is it going to transform the life of this woman who is seeking legal services? And that is the practice we gained even in our own legal practices. We kept on asking ourselves, what have I done today? I was at work the whole day. I'm very tired. What have I done? What have I put on the table? So it's the same question that we are asking ourselves here about productivity. If as a woman, I can give that example very well. When you cook food, and that food is not good because the ingredients you used or the way you mix them is not good food, but you've been there the whole day cooking. What have you done? And nobody will eat that food. It is wasted. You've wasted your time, you've wasted your money, you've wasted the ingredients. So it's the same thing about productivity. We ask ourselves what it is that we have done. So when we had that discussion, I think I was confident that I can actually now address you because what we are talking about is very, very practical, and allow me to really commend SRC and all the partners. I understand we have private sector, we have NGOs, we have people from the government, from the public sector, and we have the diplomatic corps that have partnered to convene this very important national dialogue and give us this platform under the theme of productivity for fiscal sustainability and efficient service delivery. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question of productivity has traditionally been associated with economic growth, industrial performance, labor efficiency, and resource utilization. However, in modern governance systems, productivity has become equally important within public institutions that are responsive, that must work with efficiency, and must be accountable because of the resources that are entrusted to us, transparent, and capable of delivering services in a timely manner. You have heard me speak about the judicial services that we render, that no one individual litigant wants to file a case and come to court year in, year out. They want timely and expeditious dispensation or disposition of their matter. They want to know, is the case around or is it dismissed, so that they can know what to do with those results. So for the judiciary, productivity is not simply about operational efficiency, It is about ensuring that justice is delivered fairly. It's also delivered promptly and in a manner that inspires confidence in the rule of law. Like my moderator has said, the judiciary occupies a unique position within our constitutional architecture. As an independent arm of government, our responsibility extends beyond dispute resolution. We are the guardians of our Constitution, so are we all, but we also protect the rights and freedoms. We strengthen the democratic governance and contribute to social and economic stability. The effectiveness with which the judiciary discharges these responsibilities has very far-reaching implications for public confidence, investment decisions, economic activity, and also, and most importantly, for national cohesion. A productive judiciary contributes directly to national development. Investors require predictable and efficient justice systems so that they can enforce contracts and resolve commercial disputes. Citizens also rely on courts to protect their rights and secure remedies when their rights have been wronged. Government institutions depend on judicial interpretation and oversight to strengthen accountability and constitutional compliance. Where justice systems function efficiently, we experience public trust, which increases. We also see business confidence growing, and we see societies becoming more stable and prosperous. Conversely, when there are delays in the administration of justice, this can impose significant social and economic costs. Prolonged disputes increase uncertainty, discourage investment, raise the cost of doing business, erode public confidence in institutions, and it goes without saying it opens up the system to corruption and other maladministration. And this reality explains why productivity within the judiciary should be viewed not merely as an administrative concern, but as a strategic national development priority. Distinguished guests, today I wish to share the story of how our judiciary has deliberately embraced performance, accountability, and continuous improvement as an essential pillar of our justice delivery. For many years, discussions about judicial performance were often viewed with caution. There was concern that measuring judicial work might undermine judicial independence or reduce justice to numerical targets. Yet experience has taught us that judicial independence and accountability are not competing values. They are complementary. And they are constitutional imperatives. We are independent and we are accountable. The two go together. An independent judiciary must also be accountable to the people in whose name we exercise this judicial authority. And it is for this reason that in 2014, the Kenyan judiciary institutionalized performance management and measurements understandings, we call it PMMUs, as a framework for monitoring and evaluating institutional performance. The objective was not merely to count cases, but counting cases was very, very important because we began from a place where we did not even know the kind of caseload that was in each of the courts. But because we counted cases, then we were able to cultivate a culture of responsibility, efficiency, transparency, and service excellence throughout the institution. The PMMUs enabled us to establish measurable performance targets, monitor productivity, and create a shared commitment to improving access to justice. Over time, however, we have come to recognize that measuring judicial performance alone through statistics, such as the number of cases filed, number of cases heard or concluded, presents only a partial picture. Courts do not produce commodities. They resolve disputes. We vindicate rights. We protect livelihoods and uphold constitutional democracy. I don't know what value can be put to the Supreme Court sitting for 14 days to determine the presidential election disputes or other cases, even in the small claims court, because every case carries a different level of complexity, urgency, and societal impact. Productivity in the justice sector therefore requires a careful balance between efficiency, quality, between speed and fairness. This realization has informed our ongoing case weighting study. It has been work in progress, and therefore we have been handing one thing to another. When we started, people set their own targets. As a trial judge, I said I could complete 12 cases and on merit. And I could finish that interlocutory applications and so many other orders that are issued in between. But we continuously asked ourselves, if then I am finishing 50 cases, perhaps in a month, what happens if 200 are being filed in a month? And this, you can look at it like a farmer who has a shamba, and you are able to weed a quarter of your shamba because that's the target you have set for yourself. So this is why we are thinking that we have to continuously look at the way we work, triage the cases that come so that we are able to know what weight to give to each of the cases that come to the court and what attention to give to these cases. And this is now the ongoing case weighting study, which seeks to scientifically determine the amount of judicial time, effort, and resources required to resolve different categories of cases. By recognizing that not all cases are equal in complexity or workload, the study will provide a more accurate and equitable framework for assessing performance, allocating resources, determining staffing needs, and managing workload across the judiciary. This study represents a transition from the quantity-based assessment towards a more sophisticated and evidence-based understanding of judicial productivity. We are committed to performance management, which has yielded some measurable results. For instance, in the last financial year, the judiciary recorded the highest level of productivity in recent history. Ladies and gentlemen, we were able to resolve 647,000 cases against 621,000 new filings, achieving a historic case clearance rate of 104%. Thank you. What this means is that for every 100 cases filed, the judiciary resolved 1 or 4 cases, enabling us to reduce pending case loads and steadily address historical backlogs. Our case backlog declined by approximately 30%, demonstrating that sustained institutional reforms can produce meaningful results. These achievements have not occurred by accident. They are the product of deliberate investments in technology, leadership performance management, infrastructure development, and of course, most importantly, the employment of the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, which we call multi-door approach to justice, and of course, the human capital which has been injected in the judiciary. One of the most transformative reforms has been digitization of judicial services. The nationwide rollout of e-filing, virtual hearings, digital case management systems, and online service platforms have fundamentally changed how justice is delivered. Technology has reduced geographical barriers, lowered the transactional costs, because you remember those who have interacted with the court, before the e-filing, one had to prepare documents, then you drive your car, you go find a parking, then you go to the registry, find a clerk to open for you a file, and also another clerk to take it before the judge. When the order is issued, another one to remove it to the judge, take it to the secretary to type the order. And you could be in the court 1 week pursuing that one order and that one application. Now this is done at the comfort of your desk. And technology has helped us to remove that human interaction that also brought other malpractices. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated this transformation. It brought us a lot of pain, a lot of tears, but in the midst of it, there was a silver lining that we embraced technology. And this digital innovation is not merely a technological choice, but it has become for us an institutional necessity. So when you hear us crying that we do not have a budget to sustain our infrastructure for technology, is because we do not want to go backwards. Digital transformation has also strengthened data-driven decision-making. Today, through our performance dashboard, those of us in leadership positions are increasingly able to monitor case flows and therefore able also to deploy resources strategically and evaluate the effectiveness of interventions. Reliable performance data enables us to move from reactive administration to proactive management. At the same time, we have expanded the use of ADR mechanisms, the court annex mediation, the arbitration, and the alternative justice systems that we are using at the grassroots and in all the court stations, which has emerged as a powerful tool for improving access to justice while reducing pressure on conventional court processes. Through mediation alone, thousands of disputes have been resolved amicably, and we really like mediation because people shake their hand and there is harmony and peace thereafter. If we have to talk about even the politics of this nation, although we determined the presidential disputes in 2017, I think even before then, the handshake is what carried the day, or the nusu mukate, or the broad-based. That is handshake, that is mediation. So we have not quite embraced mediation in this country, or even understood the importance of mediation. But we in the judiciary are following very keenly that thousands of disputes have been resolved and brought harmony in our communities because there's no appeal. When people shake their hand, they move on. We've been able to unlock billions of shillings in economic value and preserving the social and commercial relationships that exist. So we have also recognized that productivity is ultimately about people. Judges, magistrates, registrars, judicial officers, administrative staff remain our very most valuable assets. And sustainable performance can only be achieved through investments in professional development, employee wellness, leadership training, mentorship, and continuous learning. Institutions perform well when the people within them are empowered, motivated, and supported. I was told this morning, the biggest problem we have is people taking public service as a side hustle and then doing their own business as the mainstream. So how can we mainstream public service and focus on delivery of service to our people? We have to recognize that we need to address these challenges that face us, because rising population levels, expanding economic activities, increasing legal awareness, and growing public confidence in the judiciary continue to generate higher demand for judicial services. We have resource constraints. We have very, very serious infrastructural deficits and staffing pressures which remain a reality and require innovative solutions and sustained investments. So the future of judicial productivity will therefore depend increasingly on evidence-based management and continuous institutional improvement. High-performing organizations across the world have embraced the philosophy of, it's called Kaizen, the belief that excellence is achieved through constant incremental improvements. And that's why we ask ourselves and file a form called DCRT every day to ask ourselves, what have we done today? And every officer is supposed to key in what they have done today. If it is a judge in court, how many witnesses they had, how many rulings they delivered, and we collect that at the end of the week, correct it monthly, and by the end of the year, we give the report on the state of the judiciary report that we do every year. So we are embracing this philosophy by continuously reviewing our systems that we work with, our processes, our procedures, and the service delivery models. We are asking ourselves, is this litigant who came to court better off that they have been in court or worse off before they came to court? Looking ahead, we must broaden our understanding of performance. Future productivity frameworks must move beyond case clearance rates and disposal statistics to include measures such as user satisfaction, accessibility, timeliness, quality of service, and utilization of the ADR mechanisms because they are cost effective. The other day we had a summit where the Bankers Association came together to see how they can reduce the number of cases that go to court out of disputed loans and mortgages, and how they can even be able to nip them in the bud by tracing the early warning signs of loans that are not performing well and work with the customers to reduce disputes coming to court and agreeing how to settle these matters. And their chairman was telling me they have recorded tremendous success through the use of alternative dispute resolutions, mediation mainly. And the indicators we are getting from the use of these multi-door approaches provide a more holistic and meaningful assessment of institutional performance. We have also to think about the rapid emergence of artificial intelligence and advanced digital technologies that provide us with both opportunities and challenges. The judiciary has been piloting AI-assisted transcription of court proceedings and exploring technology-driven solutions to improve administrative efficiency and knowledge management. While technology will never replace judicial reasoning or human judgment, it can significantly enhance productivity and support better decision-making. Our responsibility is to embrace innovation while safeguarding constitutional values, fairness, transparency, privacy, and public confidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the judiciary's commitment to productivity is ultimately a commitment to the people of Kenya. It is a commitment to SRC and to all of us working and serving the public. We have all recognized at the end of the day, we are serving one public. One member of public is being served by multiple institutions. And therefore, every reform, every technological innovation, and every performance improvement initiative must answer one question: does it enhance access to justice? Are we making our society better? A society that follows and is governed by the rule of law, a society that is governed by a constitution. Therefore, productivity is not an end in itself. Its purpose is to ensure that our people receive timely, fair, affordable, and effective justice. As Kenya pursues this fiscal sustainability, efficient service delivery, and greater competitiveness, the judiciary stands ready to play our part. Strong justice institutions are indispensable to economic growth, to democratic governance, and to social stability and sustainable development. The future that we seek is one where every Kenyan can access justice without undue delay, where courts operate efficiently and transparently, where technology enhances service delivery, where institutions continuously improve, and where public confidence in the rule of law remains strong. Achieving this vision will require leadership, innovation, collaboration, investment, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Productivity and performance are therefore not merely management concepts within the judiciary. For us, they are essential pillars for strengthening access to justice, advancing constitutional governance, promoting economic growth, and building a more just and prosperous society. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you very fruitful deliberations. Before I sit down, I want to assure the chair that Judicial Service Commission nominated the Honorable Lady Justice Fatuma Sishale, a judge of the Court of Appeal and a commissioner at JSC, to sit through this conference and bring us the outcomes of this conference so that we follow keenly the implementation of what is going to be the outcome of this great convening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice. Very profound messages there that indeed the judiciary is a partner in economic development and service delivery and democratic governance. The judiciary is very much aware that the work that they do affects the lives and livelihoods of the people. It's the citizens at the front. The judiciary is at the forefront in advancing the use of alternative dispute resolutions, mediations, and arbitration mechanisms so that litigants or people in conflict arrive at a win-win situation amicably without creating more enmity. And the judiciary is embracing innovation and technology to ensure that they provide quality, enhance fair and effective service delivery in the justice system. Indeed, the judiciary has set the bar and is leading by example. Thank you, Madam Lady Chief Justice, for your speech this afternoon. I will now hand over to the MC to tell us what is the next course of action. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate CPA Nancy Kathungu. Very good job, well done. Thank you so much. Chair, as we close this program, I want to invite you and invite the Vice Chair, as well as Commissioner Wangoi, to come up front and present gifts to Chief Justice, FCPA Nancy Kathungu, and also our judge here, Sijale. Kindly come up front, Chair. And Chair, allow me to use Chief Justice. The rest of the titles, please, you will take over because they are quite a number. Welcome, Chairman. Yeah, Chair will present a gift to Chief Justice. Let's appreciate Chair. Thank you so much.
We work together.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair, kindly present the gift to FCPA, Auditor General. Let's appreciate our Chair, the Chair of SRC. Thank you so much. And finally, Commissioner Wangoi, it's your turn to present. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, Commissioner Wangoi. Thank you so much. That closes up our program. Allow me to make the following announcement. Number one, we'll touch on the issue of where we will have our lunch. And number two, the breakaway sessions in the afternoon. To begin with the lunch, I just want to give the following guidance. Number one, in terms of the breakaway rooms, if you are seated in the red seats, kindly by show of hands, let me see those who are sat in the at the red seats. Kindly by show of hands. Wow, that's a big number. That team will be here. That is room A. Room A is where we are seated. And that team will be here. All those who are in red seats. Number two is room B. Room B is at the conference center, which is just behind me. That at the conference center, all those who are seated in white seats, will be at room B. That is the conference center. There'll also be room C, and that's the convention center. And at the convention center, we have two breakaway rooms opposite each other. That is the building at the upper side of where we are seated. The convention center will have two venues. There'll be room D, and all those who are seated in black will be in this room. And again, at the same convention center, we'll have those who are seated in green seats at the same convention center. And I think that is the guidance, and we will do that immediately after lunch. So we will not have another meeting here after lunch. Immediately after we take our lunch, we will proceed to our rooms as already announced. And finally, on the issue of the lunch, the first three rows where my chair is seated, and the second and the third, will all proceed, and our CEO will lead this team for a lunch. Where is our CEO? So that the visitors who are, yes, our CEO is there, Ali Suro, will lead that team. That is the first, the second, and the third row for the lunch. The rest of from the fourth row to the end, our lunch is already prepared. The tent outside on my right hand, a lunch is already prepared for you and will be served. And we have ensured that we have enough food. So I want to ask all of us not to go away. We have a very important program in the afternoon where we have already lined our facilitators to take us through a number of programs that are designed for this conference. So allow, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude. Yes. Quickly, we have also assigned our staff to be responsible in these breakaway rooms so that the visitors can be guided very well. At Conference B, we have Naomi Cheboy. Naomi Cheboy, if you can stand up. Naomi Cheboy. At Conference D, we have Josephine Kiragu. Josephine Kiragu, thank you so much. At Convention Center, that is C, we will have Brenda Ndirangu. Brenda Ndirangu. And our commissioners and the steerco members. All of us have already been assigned to those three breakaway rooms. So please, when we are there, let's ensure that we observe time as we run through the program for the afternoon. Okay, Commissioner Wangoi.
Thank you. I don't want Commissioner to go very far away. With the permission of my chair, it's important to give honor where honor is due. And amongst us, we have a commissioner who has really inspired the work that we do, has gone over and beyond, not just for this commission, but for public service in general. And today is his birthday. And that is none other than the MC, Commissioner Melly. He didn't know I was going to do this. With your permission, if we could sing happy birthday, you may choose to sing. I will teach you, I will lead you. Please let us stand and sing for Commissioner Melly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Melly. Happy birthday to you. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. You know, I didn't know that it was my birthday today. You know, men will go through problems. So I want to thank my sister for that. Thank you so much. I think now we are free to break for lunch. See you at the breakaway rooms. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon.